Hello. Okay, hi. Good morning to all. Thank you for being here. My name is Cesar Olivas. I am the operations director for Analytica, this year global partner for Novamex. And we have some other team members that are joining us from different branch locations. And they are now connected through one of our Google Apps function that is called Hangouts on Air. It's like broadcasting a TV show on YouTube. So now you all are YouTubers. So welcome to the YouTube era. And also they have a conference line in which they will be hearing us. So if you have any questions, please go ahead. During the session, you can interrupt me. As always, I would like to say that as English is not my first language, I will apologize in advance if I pronounce something that is not quite well. So if I say something that it sounds weird or corky, please let me know. Just smile and I will try to rephrase it to your own benefit. So today we are going to start our training by, I would like to hear your expectations about what you want to learn in this session. So in that way I can put some examples about your doubts, or if you have any trouble, any challenge that you would like to share with your team members, it's okay. So, go ahead. This is a long session. It's better to be proactive and participate.
One of the questions that I have is how can I see that my calendar on the main page of the Google?
Okay. Okay, you see.
Somebody say that it's possible, but
you haven't been able to do so. Oh, okay. Okay, that's a great question. We have two ways of doing this. You can have your calendar in a mini screen on the left. I will show you how to do that. Or you can always have that calendar on your fingertips on another tab of Google Chrome.
Yeah, on the other tab I know how to do it.
Yeah, it's called Labs. We are going to go through that. So that's a nice and good question. Anyone?
Yeah, will you show us how to use Gmail and calendar features on your phone?
In your phone, yeah. We are.
I know each phone is different.
Yeah, I know. I have an Android phone, so that will be the only way that I can show you how to do that. But it's the same. I mean, don't worry. As someone told me, Android is for the less fortunate. I know that you probably all of you have iOS and Apple, iPhone 6, or probably even iPhone 7. I don't know. I am one of the less fortunate that has Android. So, okay. Yeah, I will show you how to try to get you into your mobile, because that's one of the major advantages of being in Google. You don't have to be tied up to your laptop or to your desktop computer. You can work from whatever device you have on hand with your credentials and your username and your password, and you can work everywhere. So that's something that we would like to show you in this session. First of all, you are all involved in a change, and we know it. We spend some time with our customers during this phase, and it's natural in between changes. We are transitioning from one system to another. Probably you know mail through Outlook, and you think that Outlook is actually the mail, but no, it's a mail client actually. It's not the mail itself. You want to say? Okay. So during this journey, it's just a matter of how your mind is. In where places your mind. People is not afraid of change. People is afraid of losing something, particularly their data. So that's why we have this kind of training in which I say to you, don't worry, your data is safe. It will be handled by the IT department, so you will have all your past mail available for you. So don't worry about that. And this is the agenda that I was preparing for you. We have two levels in this session, so it's a long session. That's why I invite you to participate. In the first part, it doesn't have to last for 90 minutes. Don't worry. It's just that we have to start on the basic level, and then we are going to start showing you some tricks, some features that you probably already know, but some people are not aware of. So that's why we start with this basic. We are going to cover what is Google Apps mail interface. Could you have a personal internet mail address, for example, Yahoo, Hotmail, right there? Well, you're already trained for Gmail. It's the same, but has some other features. You have to know where they are in order to use it, and actually how to use them in your benefit, so you can make your work faster and more effective, and if it's possible, you can have fun with your job. You will see how. So let's start by saying that we are going to spend some minutes about talking about the basics of Gmail, calendar, and contacts. And also, who of you use WhatsApp in this group? A lot of people. When I make this question, is because we have the same functionality that WhatsApp has. And I ask, why do you use WhatsApp? Because it's very easy to use. When you send something by WhatsApp, it's very probably that the other side will automatically see it because they see the alarm and see who is getting in contact with them. And if you send an email, probably it will take a few minutes for them to take a notice about your message. That's why people love instant messaging, because that's the reason, instant. So we have the same tools in Google Apps, so you can use it on your phone as well as WhatsApp. But we have some advantage about security, about whatever you put on your chat function on your phone with Google Apps, it will appear on your desktop. So you will never lose a conversation again. You can start a conversation in your phone. You can go to your place at your desktop or your laptop and continue the same conversation without losing anything on the transition. So you will see how fun it is to be able to work from wherever you are. So this is the first part. Then we are going to start with what we call basic collaboration. This is the reason why all companies try to go and do something new. To obtain new results, you have to do new things in a new ways and probably with new tools. That's why changing to Google Apps is a good step in the path to transforming your business to better results. So in this part of the session, we will take a look at Google Drive. Now, you are very used to share information by means of exchanging attachments within the email, right? And probably you're still using Microsoft Office, for example, Excel, PowerPoint. It's not a sin. I mean, it's okay. I am not offended by that. I know that in business it's very common to do so, but Microsoft Office was conceived as a personal effectiveness tool. I mean, everyone is very, what's the word? I mean, everyone knows how to use Microsoft Office very well. But it's the only benefit of that is myself or yourself. I mean, no one can benefit from all that you know until you exchange that file, right? But once you exchange that file by means of an attachment, you lose all control over the file. The other people can copy it and modify it without you noticing. Can transmit that information to the other person without you noticing. So it has some good parts and some dangers for companies to use attachments. And that's why Google introduces Google Drive. That it's almost like a Microsoft Office. Can I say almost? Because we don't want to make it exactly the same, because we have some features that Microsoft Office doesn't have. So you will see how can you collaborate with your team using Google Docs without losing any control over your data with increased security. So that's something that will give you some rest or peace of mind when you share something very confidential to other person. You will always be in control of that data. And then we will go through how can you use advanced messaging with some tricks. Like right now, you spend some minutes a week trying to order your inbox. I mean, I know that you use Outlook in the past, or even you are using it right now. And you have these, what we call folders, in which you store messages, right? I probably have a large collection of folders right now, right? And that's the first thing that you are afraid of losing. What is going to happen to all my folders and all my messages that are already sorted and ordered on those folders? It's going to be okay. In Google, we don't have folders, we have labels. And try to imagine a folder as the ones that you store pieces of paper. And labels are like post-its. The benefit of having post-it instead of folders is that you can have only one message living in one folder. But you can have one message with a lot of labels on it. So you can start sorting out your messages like this comes from a customer. So this customer is type of customer, like for example, Carrito. This is a Carrito's customer. And he is on the early stages of the business process, so we are profiling him. We are building his profile. So it's actually a lead, not a customer yet. So you can have various serious labels that can help you out to visually manage your teams. When you store a message in a folder, you lose the sight of that folder, of that message until you open the folder. Right? In Google, you don't have to do that. You will see it, and we will try to explain it by means of use cases. It's not like a classroom in which I'm going to tell you this works like that and that bytes travels by this network. No, we are going to try to teach you how to use this tool in your day-to-day basis. This session was called A Day in a Life some months ago, because it is like trying to get you through your daily life using Google Apps as your tool. It's not a training session, a traditional training session. So if everything goes well, we will arrive to advanced collaboration. In that part of the session, what we are going to see is how can we have more power inside our documents. For example, most of you can be sending messages and you have to compose letters to the employees or to the customer. Traditionally, you will have a spreadsheet and a Word, and you will do what we call a mail merge. You will send personalized messages to your customer. You have done that? Well, we can do the same in Google. So, if I may, I would like to see if you can introduce yourself to the people who is on the other side of the line, so I can know which department you are in, so I can put some examples that apply to all of you, so you won't get bored. So, if we can start introducing ourselves.
My name is Lucas Kiven, and I'm the accounts payable.
Accounts payable, great. Thank you.
Rodriguez, HR.
HR, okay.
Cesar Tovar, finance.
Finance, okay. Cesar, by only your name, I know you're smart. And by the way, we made this so anyone can see what is my name. So. Budgeting. Oh, we have a good example of budgeting. That's going to. I thought they were. Accounting. Okay, great.
Orientado international.
Novamex also international markets.
Okay, great.
Crystal Vilorio, I'm the Consumer Relations Representative.
Oh, it's like you're like the customer almost or not, something like that. You represent the customer.
Yes.
To the company. Wow.
She is a very great.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. We have some people on the other side of the telephone line. If they want to introduce themselves, you are welcome right now. If not, we can go ahead and start with it.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, this is Ismael Martinez, Atlanta, Georgia.
Hi, Ismael. Regards to Atlanta.
Oscar Garcia, Nueva York.
Oh, that's great. Thank you, Oscar.
Carlos Esteves, Nueva York.
Thank you, Carlos. So I'm thrilled. I mean, I have a great audience everywhere in the U.S. So Thank you. If for some instance you hear my voice getting down, it's because I am walking around the room. If you can hear something.
Is there any way that you can talk very close to the microphone, because sometimes your voice fades, so it's very hard to hear you?
Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to stay right beside the microphone so you can hear me well. And if for some instance you lose some kind of some part of my presentation, please feel free to ask for me to repeat it.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, this is the first part. The way that we are going to do this, I'm going to show you the subjects that we are going to be covering, and then I'm going to move to my actual Google Apps account, so I can show you very well exactly what's going on here. Okay. First of all, we are going to start with the basic features and how to compose an email. I know that probably you already know how to do that, but if you have any doubts, this is the right moment. Like, for example, how to include images, how to include attachments, and how to include other stuff that you may be wondering how it is done. And also, I'm going to spend some minutes talking to you about one of the most powerful features of Gmail. So I'm going to move away from the presentation right now, and I'm going to show you my actual email. So if you see some other customer's name in there, I apologize for it, but this is the best way. This is the real life. This is a day in the life of a business person everywhere. So basically, what you see here is my actual Gmail account. So you will see that you have your own company logo. You will have this part in which this is like a mini browsing menu where you can have your mail, or you can see your contacts, and you can see your tasks. We have a task list that is very 80. It's from the 80s. It has not evolved very well. But we have another task or reminder function that is called Google Keep. I don't know if you have heard of it, but Google Keep is something like Evernote. I don't know if you know that application, but I will show you what I'm talking about in a few minutes. And also, you can have some of the main features right in this screen. You will see that I have, I'm going to take a seat so you can see the screen better. You will see my system labels, that is what we are calling, my inbox. And this is like classification for my mails. All these mails have the same thing in common. They have a star that it has been turned on, so I can be visually seeing what is important for me. This is something that I do manually, and Google start thinking about what is important to you because of the message contains. What the message contains. For example, Google will think that a message that is directly directed to you is important for you to read. And for those messages in which you are in the copy field or blind copy field are not important by its nature. This is something that Google thinks that it will help you out, because if someone sends you a message and you are just copy it on that message, it's because you don't have to take a decision right away. You don't have to take any actions. You must be informed, but it's probably not something that is very urgent. I don't know if you have heard about the email protocols or email, what we call it, good manners, to say don't write messages in capital letters. If you want to inform someone about something, but he doesn't want to be bothered, you can put it on CC. Or if you want him to be aware of something and you need that person to take an action, you have to direct the message only to him or to her. So she will notice it that she has to do something or he has to do something. So Google took that and say, hey, we are going to take that and mark those messages as important. And that will do it automatically. Draft, well, is when you start composing an email and you are not sure, you don't want to send it right away, you can leave it like that, and Google will save it for you automatically and will store it on the draft label. Obviously, this is spam. You don't have to go through that. Only when you have enough time to spend on the looking for something that may be there. But I advise you, don't go to spam, because you know this is that African prince that will promise you that it will make you rich only if you send him your data and your bank account and something like that. Now they have an African prince that is an astronaut that is being held on a space station, and he wants you to help him to get back to Earth.
Okay.
So they know how to take attention away from people. So, and below those, I will have a lot. Well, in my case, I will have a lot of labels. It's the same with your folders. This is like the folder section that you have on Outlook. This is labels, in which I can store messages from my customers, for example. This is a financial company from Monterrey, and it's called Novamex. So every time that I receive a message from someone from that company, Google knows what to do with that mail, because I have created something that we call a filter, or the same as you call a rule on Outlook. So Google has some features that will help you order your inbox without you having to do something manually. I will teach you how to do that during this session. And you can have labels inside labels. It's a good word of advice. Do not go very deep on label by label, because you won't be able to find it by yourself. Google will always be able to find any message on your inbox. But when we start ordering our folders, some people tend to have more than 7 layers of depth. That is not advisable. I mean, try to keep it very simple, from 1 to 3. Even 5 is manageable by a human being. But beyond 7, a human brain cannot order or remember more than 7 layers of depth. It's something that is scientifically proven. So don't try to break science. So keep your order simple, so you can handle it very well. It's very important for me to say to you that below that there is a section that is called More. Every time that you don't find a message on your inbox, you can go here, press More, and you will see some other categories for all. This is a very important one. This is a system label that applies to all messages that comes in and goes out. Why? Because it's the way in which Google handles all your data. It is called all mail. In here you will find anything that has come or gone from your email account. Okay? I am telling you this because when you archive a message in Google Apps, it doesn't do the same as when you do an archiving on Outlook. Yesterday, we spent some minutes talking about what the difference they are. So I'm going to take this part to show you right now, and then we are going to start by giving you some example about the action line that we have right here. Do you see that we don't have too many icons above the messages, right? Because Google thinks that you have to be bothered with something that you will not be using on the next seconds. But when you choose one of the messages, then it will appear the action bar, in which you will find a lot of functionality that you may use. We are going to cover it very well. So basically, I'm going to go to my inbox. That's where we start our day. Some people like to see their inbox empty. Some others like to see them like there, so they can be always on hand. I mean, some people like to take away their messages from their inbox by means of starting them on folders or archiving them. So you can do the same in here. So basically what we have is all the incoming messages, and also you will find that some messages have some icons on the right. We always are advised to use this interface for your mail, because from here you have all the functions at your fingertips. If you use Outlook, you will be losing sight from some of the basic functionality that can help you to do your work in a very best way or faster way. So Please bear with me. I know that you are hard. You use Outlook very well. I don't want you to convince you otherwise, but I would like to show you what can you do if you use this interface. So if I take this message, I will start by seeing all these new icons that I have on hand. This is the archive icon. When you press archive, what do you think that happened to the message? I know there are some to Guadalupe. Are you? Yeah.
Archive it in a folder.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. But we don't have folders. We have labels.
Label.
Yeah, it will take your message, even if it is read or not. It will take it away from the inbox label, and you will only be seeing that on your label. For example, this one. I'm going to apply a label to this message that is not been read before, and I'm going to put it on my review label.
Good question. If we don't have any labels for that specific message, and we just click archive, where does that mail goes to?
Good question. It goes to the all mail label.
Which will be where?
It's within your inbox. It's usually is hidden.
Okay.
You have to go to the bottom, and then you will see something that is an option that is called more. You will go to the bottom, and you will see this more. You will have to press it, and then you will see the all mail label. In here, you will see all mail, even if it has another label or not, okay? There are two kinds of labels. The system ones, which you cannot erase or rename, and the customized one that you create, you manage, and even you can delete it when you don't need it anymore. But I apply a label to this message that it was called review. Do you see this number at the right between parentheses? It's called 1. It's the number of messages that I haven't read on that label. One of the main advantages of using labels instead of folders is that I can make my labels being a little bit smarter than a folder. Why? Because I can instruct the label to say, show yourself only if I have a message that I haven't read before. So now you can see the label, but if I enter the message, it will disappear from my label bar. Why? Because I don't have anything to attend or to take care of. So that's a way in which Google can help you out by saying, hey, you don't have to worry about receiving a message that you want to or you have to notice. I can do it for you by means of getting your attention at the left by means of a label. I will show you how can you do that. Also, I'm going to take advantage of this that I am already here. This is report spam. Sometimes, for some reason, we use our business email to get in touch with other companies or persons, and those are not very careful with their data, and we can get our email address exposed to spammers. But probably they don't do it intentionally. They caught a virus or something like that, and you receive a message from a person that you probably know or you are acquainted with, but it's actually a spam. So you can report that by clicking this button. Please don't do it with your fellows in Novamex because you will block them out. And they can be their email can be blocked by Google just to prevent that as a virus or as a spam attack spreads within Novamex. So we have to take this with careful, but you can use it to report messages that are always well noticed as spam. You can delete the message. And if you delete the message, let me do this. If you delete the message, it will go to another system label that is called trash. If you do that unintentionally, don't worry. Any deleted message will be there for 30 days, 30 national days. On the 31st day after you delete it, it will go away forever. And that is very important, because in the past, sometimes you will think that you can restore something from the IT department. In this case, Google has this privacy policy in which we understand that when you delete something and you delete it forever, it's like stating that you don't want anyone, you stated that anyone has to see that mail again, not even yourself. That's in the contract that we have with our customers. We protect your privacy even from yourself. So if you delete something and you don't recover it in 30 days, it will go away forever. But if you did it unintentionally, you can always click this, and always you can delete forever, or you can send them over again to where it was. Let me get in here. If you press right here on the X at the side of the label and you take it away, you have just taken it away from the trash. I mean, you don't have to know nothing about IT, just you have to know how to click in there. And by that way, you take it from the trash label and it is already restored on your inbox, on the label that it was before, that is review. Right here. So don't worry if you delete something unintentionally. You can always go to your trash label and you can take that label away. I'm going to do it again. It's okay, or I have to, or you want me to repeat it? It's okay? Okay. Well, very easy right now. Also, you will have this other option in which you can always put this message in a special label. You can mark it as spam. You can send it over to the trash bin. You can create a new label from here, or you can manage your label from here. In here, you will have like the label management screen in which you will see what labels are being applied to the message. So I can have these two labels applied to the same message. It's like putting two Post-its on the same piece of paper. So this is something that you will see handy in the future, because you can see visually, you can actually visually manage your inbox. Because if I press apply and I enter the message, I will see both. Right now I have the inbox because it is in the inbox. Also the review label, and also a high priority option. I'm going to reduce the size of my screen to show you that you will see the inbox right beside the subject. So that's when you start getting noticed about what labels are applied to the message. So you can start by saying, hey, this comes from Better Cloud, okay. This comes from Google. This is one of the groups that I am subscribed to. And for example, this is an invoice. As I used to travel some time, most of the time of my year, I have to recover all my invoices for my expense account. So I can always, for example, in Mexico, we have this special file that is called an electronic invoice, and it is always two files, the invoice by itself and another file that is an XML type file that goes to the IRS in Mexico. So when I enter here, I made a rule saying, hey, please Anything that has the word invoice that has an attachment in it, please put this label on. So it will be very easy for me to see which invoices that I have. So I will have those invoices right on my label. This is not a good example because it's an internal one. Okay. This one. I can always see for example, my hotel bills. And this is the file that goes to the IRS office. And as I have to make my expense report to get my money back, I have another label inside that in which I put all the invoices that I have already reported to the accounting department. So that's how we use labels on the day-to-day basis. And last, we have the more options, and the name explained by itself. We have a lot of other options like mark for example, if I take this and I say mark this as unread, it will go to the, it's almost the same on Outlook. When you have something that is not been read, it's on bold letters, and here is the same. All messages that are not being read, they're on bold. When you read the message, it will go to like a normal font. You can put it as not important, and this sign will go away. You can create a task from an email. For example, someone say, hey, can you help me out getting in touch with this customer? Okay, I can do it. So what I do is I select the mail, go to the more options, and I put it on add a task. And I can create report is invoice to account. This go. And I can create a due date for this to be done. Let's say that I have to do it by tomorrow. Please copy the email or upload the data to Google Drive. And I can have task list so I can order my day-to-day activities. So I can have a personal task like going to the bank, pay that bill. I can have if I am in my professional listing, can be getting in touch with that customer, training, selling, everything that can have a name and has activities below that, it can be handled by the task list. It's not so fancy, but it's very useful, it's very practical, and it's always there for you. And if you have set up a due date, it will go to your calendar, and it will send you reminders about that activity that has to be done. So that's the power of the integration that we have on Google Apps.
So let me ask you something about the labels and that same example that you use for your expenses.
Uh-huh.
So you label them as expenses, but then are you saving those emails onto your expenses folder, or are you just leaving them on your inbox?
What's happened next? Okay, I'm going to close this up. So I have already created the task. I'm going to finish this, and I go to your question. And if I mark it, it will go away. I mean, I completed my task. It won't be deleted. It will only be marked as completed. I can arrange it manually by priority. So we know that in the day-to-day basis, we have something already planned, and we receive this call or this mail saying, hey, I need you to take care of this right now. So you can always take your activities and put it on another priority for yourself. Okay, you asked me about what happened with the attachments on my on my labels, right?
Yes.
By default, it will stay on my inbox until I decided to do something. Right now, we don't have an automatic way of moving your attachment files to Google Drive. But you can do it within your, okay, this is not a good example because it sent me to a link, this one. If you enter, I have already the label applied to my message, right? I can always just browse the mouse over the file, and then I will have the options menu. First one is to download the file, and the other one it will be put it on my Google Drive. If you press that, it will show you, okay, you want to put it on Google Drive, please tell me where do you want it. For example, we have like,
What is Google Drive?
what is Google Drive? Google Drive is like a stored space in which you can host all your files. Try to imagine that folder on your PC that is called My Documents. You're right? Well, Google Drive is your documents on the cloud. Yeah. It's like Dropbox. Yeah, but it has several advantages about Dropbox. You will see it when we enter that. For example, security, reliability, some other features. So right now, I enter my managerial folder. This is not a folder of mine. It was placed by the accounting department. So I have to go there to be there. I have my expense folder in which I have to place all my invoices. And I can move it wherever I want. I'm going to just send it over, for example, to this is the months of the year. I'm going to put it in here, just for an example. And now that file is directly on Google Drive. It's not my folder, but I have some rights on that folder to store data. So now the accounting department has all the data and the files that they need to report to the IRS. What was happening in the past? Every month's end, I will receive a message from the accounting department saying, hey, Cesar, if you want your reimbursement, you have to send me over all your expense invoices. If not, you will not receive your money. And I will go through all my mails, all my print out invoices, scan them and all the stuff, and I will send them over to the accounting person. That person will not be happy with me because it's not only Cesar, but another 10 or 15 person doing the same at the month end period. So what's it going to be? She's going to have a lot of work instead of having all the things that they need at the hands with Google Drive. So that's some of the advantage that we have if you use the web interface. You will be getting all the data at your fingertips. You will have to download anything. And once you store something on Google Drive, it will show you. Because if you haven't stored them, the icon is black and white, right? Once you store that on the folder, it will go into colors. And from here, you can just click, and it will show me the file where it's stored. I don't have to download it. I don't have to open a Acrobat Reader. Google Drive can read most of the files that we have stored on them. So even if I am not on my PC, I am on my phone, for example, I can open the files and see them very well. I mean, most of you have a smartphone, I assume, and you will have this large screen, so you won't be having the trouble that we have on the past with the Blackberries. If someone has a BlackBerry in their past job and on the past years, you will know what I'm talking about, how hard it was to see on a spreadsheet on a BlackBerry. It was hard. Now it's very easy, and it's very common for you to see your attachment on your cell phone. Okay, going back to the option that we have, the basic options. I can start the message. Do you remember? So it will appear on my start label. How can you use that star? Well, basically the star can be applied in different colors. Also, I can apply some signs to it, like, hey, take care of this message. Probably the customer is not angry enough yet, but he will. Yeah.
Can we sort messages by like day, size?
Yeah. An excellent question. Some people say, hey, I cannot use the web browser interface because I cannot sort out the message by name, by sender, subject, date. My next question for you is, why do you want to sort them out? I already know the answer, but please endorse.
Well, sometimes it's easier to get a file that you know that it's in an email to someone.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing that it has that arrow that on the right side to go where it says 100 out of 500.
Yeah.
I think it's easier if I know the listener uses that email.
Yeah, I know, and that's the question that I receive in all my sessions. And it's a normal and just question. You don't have to look it for yourself. I mean, everyone wants to sort their inbox by sender, subject, or date to perform one action. Looking for someone, search, right? Well, the good news is you have the search engine built already on your inbox. The same algorithm that Google uses to find web pages, it will be used to find your emails. How can you do that? And that will give you a chance to introduce you to the search. This is something that has been there for a while, but mostly no one knows about it, is the search option. And you can find anything from here. Even if I don't remember quite well what I'm looking for. For example, I say, I know that comes from a customer I know that the first name of the person or some person that was in there involved was Bernardo. I know that it doesn't have to do nothing with invoices. And I know that it has an attachment in there. I can even say that's the size of the attachment. I remember it was a small attachment. And I think that this happened like 6 months ago. Google will apply the same algorithm that it used for the search on the web. And it will bring you all the files that has that criteria built in. So now I have all the messages. At the right, you will see that it has an attachment. I know that it's a different way of searching. I know that you're used to doing that in the other way. But if you start using this, you will be saving a lot of time. Believe me, like 15 to 30 minutes per week. It's already been measured. So you can end your task more easily. You will save time, and you won't be able. You don't have to order or sort them out. Google can find anything on your inbox. So it will do it quickly. Unless you tell me how to do it and it's faster than Google, we can become millionaires if you explain me that. But you can see it right here. Well, where is Bernardo? I mean, I want them to be Bernardo in there. So, oh, it's called Cesar Bernardo. Another smart guy because of the name. So that's a very powerful tool that you can start using on your inbox. You don't have to look it for yourself. You don't have to search nothing for yourself. Google can do it for you, and it will do it faster, believe me. And you can say, hey, this is in all mail, but I want this to be searched only a certain labels, and I can do it. So we are combining the organization that you already have on your inbox, on your folders, now called labels. We are combining the powerful function of Google search, and we are combining your business knowledge about, yeah, I have this interaction with this person. I didn't know who else was in there, but I think it was Javier, something like that. And you don't have to be looking for yourself. Google will give you all the search results, and then you can just choose the one that you want. Okay, I'm going to return to this screen later, but right now I'm going to leave it like that. Just to show you the other, you can create an event. I mean, you receive a message from a prospect, from a lead saying, hey, even for a new vendor, hey, I have a new offering for you on your cargo. I will give you this kind of discounts. I have this kind of equipment. Can we get together? And you say, hey, this message is very interesting. So I can start by saying, I'm going to create an event. It will take me to my calendar. I can choose the date, the hour, and guess what? All the people involved in that email get invited by default. And you can start saying, no, I don't want this one to attend, not this one, not this one. I'm sorry? Yeah, sure. I'm going to discard this. Let's say that you are working with this. This is a real life example. This was a meeting that we had last week, and they sent me the, what do you call it, minute? The note from the meeting. And I have some task, right? I have to do that by the 20th. So I have to say, okay, I know that I have to do something. I want to make an event for myself, so I will be reminded that I have some task to be delivered to my customer. And so I go to here, create event. And Google starts thinking, okay, this is a mail that interests you, so interested to you that you want to have a meeting. I'm going to invite all the people in the message to your meeting. So it opens an actual event on your calendar. It copies all the people that were involved in that message. You can start taking away people from it. You don't have to invite them all to your meeting if you don't want to. You will choose the date, the hour, and for example, you can put it in an address. It is very helpful to put an address on your. Because if you put that on your calendar meetings, people who has not been in your offices ever, they can use Google Maps to get here, because on their calendar invitation they will have the address, and if they press it, they will say, you want to use Google Maps, and Google Maps will take them out from where they are to your offices. So this is something that is going has been there for a while, but people tend not to use it. So I am advising you. This is very helpful for people who handles relationship with vendors, suppliers, external organizations, customers. Or even when you have to gather people from different departments, a customer complaint, for example. And you have to have the people from warehouse, from the shipment department, from accounting, even from accounting, from sales, and you send them, someone sends you a mail, and you can create that meeting right away. I'm going to show you something more about how to handle calendars when we get there, but you will see how easy it is to get your team together in a meeting without too much effort. So what else can I do with my message? I can mute the message. It's like, take this away for a while. I don't want this. I want to know about the conversation. I want to keep receiving all the updates, but I don't want to be bothered to get it on my inbox. I'm going to mute it. But I can always get to the message. It's like muting your phone and you can start doing something else, but you can still hear the voices. It's the same. You can mute the conversation. You can forward all, which means if I forward this conversation to any external party, it will take all the history, all the traceability that has been taken during the days. It will send all the messages to that person. No, I know that you have relationship with a lot of countries, and you know that yesterday I learned that you have some people in Campeche. Probably in there you have a team of people working, but some of them maybe are not so, like me, not so proficient with English, and you have to translate this for them. So you can always take a message or a conversation. I'm sorry?
Any language?
Well, if I say any, I will be lying. It's like 80, 90 languages that we handle in Google, most of the language in the world. So basically, what it happened there is my interface is in English, but my message was in Spanish. Google tried to figure out, okay, this guy is using the interface in English, the message is in Spanish, so I'm going to translate the message from Spanish to English. And it will work the same way if someone in Mexico receives a message from you in English. It will translate from English to Spanish. You don't have to do nothing but translating it. So you can be very well. I mean, it's a robot, it's a machine what does the translation, but it helps a lot. And this is only a minor issue. Okay, any doubts until here? Or peers on the telephone line? Yeah?
Were you covering the Google Drive right now?
No. We are going to cover it in more depth, but we only cover how you can put your attachments that you receive on your emails to Google Drive one click.
Okay, just a quick question. What is the limit of attachment you can send in email?
20 megs.
20 meg?
20 megs. And you cannot send executable files, or if Google detects that you are sending a file that has a virus in it won't let you go. It will tell you this file cannot be sent. Because Google keeps all the data without virus in itself on their data centers. So
What is the attachment size limit? 20?
it's more like this, the file limit. It's a 20 megabits attachment size. But you don't have to send attachment. That's something that I was going to say to you. You have to stop sending attachment because it takes time out of your day. You will do it better if you store that on Google Drive and you share that file from Google Drive. Because in that way you won't even have to compose an email. You will see. Just think about, hey, I need to send like this huge file. For example, in marketing, they have even videos, music, large images. In HR, you will be receiving probably media from one of your vendors for the marketing or your internal marketing. You can do that without using attachments. So you won't have to upload the file or download the file. It will save you time. So we are about to go to the calendars part, and then we will go to the drive. So basically, are you all comfortable with what we have covered until here? Okay? So we have already covered labels. I'm going to cover something from a question that I received. Yeah?
Quick question, Renee. Different question. What's the limit of receiving? Is that also 20?
No, receiving, no. You don't have that limit. Only sending limits.
So, because they're marketing, so they might get a lot of graphics and stuff. So to receive, it's no problem.
Is she already transitioned to Google?
Yes.
And you didn't receive any trouble transition their message?
Well, I don't think she's got any emails yet that big.
Okay.
So receiving it's okay.
I'm going to write it down just to be very sure because I am not used to receive big files. I mean, we always share it with Drive. So, but I know that there's a note on one of my slides that says that. So I'm going to give you that answer at the end of this first session. Okay. Someone asked me, how can I see my calendar on the left side, right? Okay, I'm going to skip to some of the advanced features they will call labs. Please remember this gear icon. This is the universal configuration or setting icon. You will be seeing this all along your Google Apps account. So if you press settings, it will display a menu. You can go. I'm going to explain it very quickly. This part is just how the messages are displayed on your interface. You see, is the space between the messages that is been moving. Comfortable, larger space. Cozy, either closer. Compact, more closer. That's it. But we have this other option that is called settings. And you have this option right here. These tabs, I'm going to get in depth with them in a few minutes, but the first one that I'm going to take is labs. Labs are snippets or programs that are not being programmed by Google, but they were scanned and approved by Google to be included in their interface. So you can, for example, this chat window that I have on my right is a lab, for example. If I wouldn't have that lab, my chat window will be on the left, but I wouldn't be able to see all my labels. So I move that from the side, from the left to the right by means of a lab. And this is it. All labs that are being enabled by yourself appears at the top of the list. So these are the available labs that you can have. Do you see here the Google Calendar gadget? You can enable it. You have also a Google Map, Google Voice Player in Mail. In the US, you have the option to have a Google Voice account. That is like a telephone account. I don't know if you have it, but I do have one. It's allowed me to dial directly from my Google screen. I will show you that. It's a nice thing, but only works in the US and other countries because in Mexico we have this company that doesn't allow nothing to do. If it is not with them. This is I will show you this because this is something that you will like. It's preview panel. It's when you can have your Gmail interface to look like the Outlook interface. So I'm going to enable it. I don't like it, but I'm going to enable it for you. And yesterday they asked me about how to quote something from an email, because in Outlook you tend to send an email as an attachment of another email. And I asked, why? Why are you doing so? I mean, why don't you forward just the email and that's it? Because they say, no, I want them to see that I haven't changed the original one. Oh, okay, that's fine. But why will the other side be suspicious that you change the contents of an email? Well, I don't want to waste more minutes, but they tell me that I need to do so, and I should tell them how to do so. I say, okay, you can use this. It will save you some time, and it can help you to achieve the same, but I don't know if you will like it or not. So when you just enable the calendar gadget that I here, just enable it, and then you save changes. Is very important, save changes. It will reload my screen, so now I have some other options on them. For example, this. My calendar right now is on the left with an agenda view.
Nobody wants to know where that enable button is.
Okay, to enable the calendar. Okay, let's go again. On the year icon, you will go to settings. You will go to labs, and you will have to look for something that is called Google Calendar Gadget, and press enable. Also, you can activate preview panel too. And I will advise you to put your chat on the right side too, because it will.
Which other one is useful? The maps.
Well, maps. For example, if you work most of your daily journey outside the office, maps will be a very helpful one. For example, salespeople, Salesforce that are on the field. Hey, word of advice. Sometimes this stuff stops working without any notice because it's not a Google product, right? So all this has been there for like 4 years now. Okay, they haven't presented any trouble at all. But I have to tell you this: they are not made by Google. They are made by other people, and they can change the functionality or can just disappear. Okay. They have been there for 5 years. Come on, they are free. So basically, you just choose which one do you have in mind and save change, and it will give you this side of your calendar. No? I think that Jose is going to be very famous again because they have to allow you to use labs from the administrative of the administrator console.
What about the inbox by Gmail?
Okay, that's on the 201. For those of you that say to me, okay, you haven't impressed me yet, I will keep using Outlook. I will show you inbox, and then you will say, okay, inbox is not an email client. It's an email assistant or companion.
It's really good in the phone.
Yeah. No, because it's. I'm going to show you what I use the most. That is travel. It gets all your messages together and create you like an event, so you can find all the information from your flight reservations, hotel reservation, auto reservations, even restaurant ones. Yeah.
It's amazing. I don't know how much do you have calculated how much time that one takes?
Yeah. it will save you like 4 hours a month. Just on traveling. For the people who used to travel, inbox is another way of seeing your mail, but we will get to that. I just want to make sure that the calendar works right now. Yeah, it worked or not? If not, we will have to look at your administrator console, Javier, to see, because yesterday Jose was a very popular guy because some of the options were not activated. So I think Javier is going to be the culprit at this time.
Okay, so I enabled maps, calendar.
Okay.
But it's not showing.
Are you using Google Chrome as your web browser?
I'm using Chrome and I didn't get.
You didn't get it? Okay. Okay. For peers on the telephone, I'm going to step away just a minute just to check with Javier to activate that labs option on the administrative console. ¿Tienes acceso a la consola? You did it? Okay. So I need to say. Oh, I was hiding. Oh, I was actually.
I can actually move it.
Ya lo más bajas y ya se va a activar. Pues ya me gané un carrito. Sí.
Aunque gustes.
Gracias.
Se acaban.
Okay. Now everyone has their calendar on the left side.
We do. Now, what about maps?
Does it appear?
Is it going to appear we have a appointment with an address?
I'm going to give you that. You don't have to have the gadget on your email because you will be able to see it on your calendar. Don't worry. And if you are driving, please do not see the computer. Okay? Don't. You never do. Or your phone. You are not in Texas is allowed.
No.
Oh, I can be.
Yeah, it is.
I can be
Well,
driving
how
with
about
this.
your
I'm not fine.
Yeah, you're not.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you're not allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not allowed to speak, but you can have the Bluetooth.
Okay.
Okay.
Text if you want.
Okay, it is working right now, guys. So we will be continuing with the session. Okay, now I'm going to return to my screen. And do you remember that I have the preview panel activated? That will give me the option to see a preview of my messages. This looks more like Outlook right now. You can put it on a vertical way, or you can put it horizontally. I don't like either of those, so I'm sorry, but I don't like this. So, but I know that you use it. So, if you use it a lot, you can put it in that way.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Now that you just did that, on the third column, can you go back?
Like this?
On the example that you just did to look like Outlook, where you have pretty much 3 columns. The first one, you have all the folders, then you have all the emails, and on the third one, you have somehow body of whatever email you're looking at.
Okay, I will try to do it like this. Something like this.
Vertical. Okay, so choose your first email, the Juan Mi Juan.
This one?
No. Go back to vertical.
Let me see if I can get you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Choose that one, and then right now you're not showing any conversation. So choose that email. Yeah. So okay, my question is, in that case, in that specific email, you have a history of emails, replies, and all that. So what I don't like about Gmail is that when you have this history of the same email, it doesn't really allow you to see the history on just one email. It's like different layers, and it's somehow complicated. Right now, I mean, if you go all the way to the top, it was showing you like different layers on the same email. I don't know if I'm explaining myself.
Yeah. I think that I got your point. Let me try to see if I can explain you. It's called, this view is called conversations. When you have a mail, and then you have these numbers within parentheses, it says that it has 7 interactions. These conversations has had 7 interactions between the incumbents. I mean, there has been 7, let's call it email reply, the original one, and 6 another ones. And you say, hey, sometimes it gets kind of weird to try to follow up the conversation. You can turn it off anytime.
How?
You go to the icon, to the gear icon, settings. On the general tab, you will go to conversation view off, save change, and you will have all your mails individually listed.
Sorry, there's a delay between you talking and the image.
I'm sorry. Yeah, what I did is
you went to settings and then
conversation view off.
Okay.
And then you can just save change, and it will go back to your email list, and you don't have that view anymore.
That's awesome.
So now you can have all your messages listed by individually. So you will have almost the same experience.
Okay, and sorry, the other thing is, where did you choose to click the vertical whatever?
Okay, the icon settings, and then on labs, you choose labs. Yeah, and you will look for preview panel or preview pane. It was preview panel, but I don't know. And you will just enable it, and then save changes. Right? And it will give you another option on the top right side of your screen. To the left of the gear icon, you will have the language option, and then you will have the preview panel. You can choose between no split at all, vertical split, or horizontal split.
Sorry, again, I miss you because there's a big delay. So
Okay, don't worry. I'm going to.
I was listening to you and then trying to follow, but yeah, there's like big gaps.
Yeah, I'm going to point out with my mouse. The mouse will be on the to the left of the gear icon. You have a new option besides the one that is the language select button. You have another one is the panel view. You will have three options on the panel view. If you click this part of the screen, it will show you the option. No split screen, vertical split. So you will have this to the right of the message. You will have the preview panel, or you can choose to have the panel horizontally arranged.
But where in settings did you go so you can have that option available
Okay,
in your view?
in your view, okay. You have to go to the settings.
Settings, okay.
You just tell me when you see the tabs: general, labels, inbox, accounts, filters.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
On the bottom line, you will have one that is called labs.
Labs, okay.
You will click that.
Uh-huh.
As it will show you all the gadgets that you may be having.
Uh-huh.
All the gadgets that I have activated are on the top of my list, but probably in yours, as they are not on, you will have to look for them. You
all
have
of them
to
are
look
disabled.
exactly. You have to look for the one that is called preview.
Preview pane, okay.
Preview pane. Enable it.
Okay. Okay.
And
Save
then go
change.
to the bottom and save changes.
Okay, perfect. Nice.
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn my conversation view again because that's the way that's the one that I use.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now that we have this, we can continue with other options. Every time that I look into someone's mail or someone send me an email, I'm going to take this. If I move my mouse over the name of the person, like right here, I'm going to take this away. Every time that I put my mouse over one of my contacts, it will show me their business card. So I can start interacting with this guy right away. I can have the contact info. I can see all the recent emails that I have with this person. I can start a video conference. I can start chatting with them by text, or I can compose a mail right from this screen. So you don't have to move away from your Gmail interface. You can do all this stuff right away. Because in business, when we get this conversation going on, if I want to take care of a customer or a new order or a new product that I'm working on, and I need to know all the information that I have received, I can always press these emails, and it will show me all the emails that Ricardo has sent me, has been copying on, so I can start working with all the information that I need. Also, I have this. And I am start calling Ricardo by phone right now. Because I am in the US. This will not work in Mexico. And the same happened with all the people in the messages. If I already include them as my contacts, I will have all the information that they have. I mean, they have shared with me publicly. If they have not shared the information with me, I won't be able to see it.
About for other countries, like for Julio and Javier, will it out of other countries other than Mexico?
Yeah, if you're in the US, you know, the trick is this. When you get a Google Voice account, it will ask you for a phone, a local phone in the US, so they can give you a special code. And you have to enter that code into the screen. When they detect that you're in Mexico, they won't even call you. That's why I have to. One time that I was in the US, I borrowed one of my friend's cell phone, and I set up this phone as my verification code phone, and that's why I have this. So even though I in Mexico, I can call by phone with my Google Voice account. What I meant is you have to be in the US when you activate your Google Voice account. And you have to put some credit on the phone, so when you're in Mexico, it will charge you the international fees, but they are very small, to be honest with you. So I think that we have covered most of this. Any question or doubts? Okay, the view, the calendar view. You can show a mini calendar in there. It's going to get crowded, but if you like to see you can see a mini calendar on the left side. I don't like that, but or you can even open a calendar from there. It's quite easy to interact with the calendars. But now that I have moved to calendar, if there is no other question about email, I will move to calendar, and I will tell you that this is one of the most useful functions that probably no one else uses.
Did you already go over the labels?
Oh no,
Because
that's correct.
That's going to be one of the critical things.
Yeah, thank you very
That's why I
much.
came back in here, because I didn't
Okay, yeah.
remember it too much from yesterday.
Okay, I was going to cover that on the other part of the email session, but don't worry, I can cover it right now, and we can end it up with that. I'm going to teach you how to make what we call filters. Filters are the same as rules in Outlook. So, for example, Javier is just left. Who wants to send me a message, please? Yeah, please, my email address is colivas, like at infoanalytica.com. Infoanalytica, like this, .com. Please send me another. Yeah, I just want to receive it. Just put a test in there. Yeah, okay.
So I just have another question about the view.
Yeah.
Sorry to. I'm looking at your screen, and I see that on the left side you have all your different folders.
Yeah.
Based on the emails or the settings that you already choose. In my case, for example, I also have folders, but right now, if I just move the mouse to whatever folder, then all of the folders are going to display and show. If I move the mouse away, then it somehow compacts, so I cannot see all my folders. So is there an option where I can just have all my different folders available, like I can see them right away instead of moving my mouse back and forth?
I think there is a limit in there, and that's why the more label is in there.
Mm-hmm.
But I can do some research to see how that works. Usually I have the opposite request. How can I take all my labels? That right. How can I make all my labels disappear and only see it when I want it? But that's a fair question too. I'm going to write it down, and I'm going to try to explain it at the end of the session too.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so Javier has sent me an email, and Javier and myself are start working. This is a new project for Infoanalytica, and I want to have Javier and all of Javier colleagues' information right away ordered for me. So what I do is I select the message, and I click filter messages like this. And it says, okay, do you want all Javier's messages to be ordered or filtered or managed by Google? I say, yeah, but I want to be I want to broaden the scope of this. I'm going to have Javier, and also I'm going to leave Javier for the example, but I can take away Javier's Prado name, and then all the Novamex mailing that comes to my inbox will be treated like Javier's, okay? But I'm going to just leave Javier here, just for the sake of the test. And I can do a lot of stuff. I can create a filter with the search. I can say, don't put it on the inbox. I want them to be on the label, just on the label. I don't want to take space from my inbox because I want to trim it especially. I don't want to get confused or I don't want to miss it on all my other mails. So I want to take it out my inbox. I can start it. I can put a star on it because I want to treat Javier like a new customer and customer for life and all the philosophy that you may have. And I can apply a label. I can apply a current existing label, or I can create a new one. So I'm going to create a new one. Javier, you told me that you work at finance? International marketing. Novamex. Market or marketing? Markets, okay. Nice. And then I can even nest this label within or below my current Novamex. I have for yesterday's session, I create this. So I'm going to put it below Novamex, okay? Now, do you see how label works? I can start sorting out my interaction with Novamex and seeing that, okay, I received that from Novamex, but not only Novamex, from Novamex International Market Team, okay? So I can create this. And I say, hey, never send it over to spam. Not even if I want to. Always mark as important. And Google has some what he called system tabs. I don't use them personally, but you can always sort them out by this. The disadvantage of this is that you cannot create your own. These are Google options and only Google. So I don't use it by those reasons. And for the only way that I can do this is, let me rephrase that. For the first time that I create a label, Google will go to the past messages, gather all those messages, and suggest me if I want to apply the label to the past messages. But only the first time that I create the label or the filter, okay? So I'm going to say, yeah, please apply this label to all. And now Javier has a new label in it. So if I look for, I'm going to make this example a little easier to see. I will find Novamex in here. Yeah, and remember that I told you that I can make my labels smarter?
Yeah.
I will say to them that show me only if I have something that I haven't read before. And the label disappeared. Now I'm going to request Javier to send me a new message, please. thank you. Yeah, thank you. And I think that I will have, remember that the Novamex label wasn't there, but now it's there because I have something that I haven't read from international markets. I'm going to put in a special color for international markets. Now I have Javier's email there, and I can see the label, the special.
Once you read it, the label doesn't appear on the left-hand side.
Exactly.
So it's basically not a folder then.
It's not a folder. It's more like a post-it, but it's the same. It has the same functionality that a folder. It organizes and stores all the related messages for you. But you can have several labels applied to the same message.
So how do you create a folder?
You don't. Folders do not exist on Google. You create labels.
Same thing.
But if you wanna save
Now
certain
you have
emails from,
17,000 inbox.
yeah, like if you wanna save certain emails from a certain customer or a certain department in a folder, you can't create it. Like past emails that you have already read.
They are like a folder. Do you mean like in a storage place? I am not getting why. Well, what's the difference between a label and a folder right now in Google?
Well, because if I understand right, the labels are for emails that you have not read.
No. They can be used always also for the ones that you have read.
Oh,
But
okay.
let's say, okay, for example, this is the reason I use it. I have different stuff that I use, ADP or Guardian or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So I put everything that all the conversations I have with ADP, I put into a folder.
Yeah.
It's easier for me to search it. So sometimes I don't know the names of the people that I deal with at ADP.
Uh-huh.
You know, there's just so many, and so
But they have something in common.
ADP. So you just search ADP,
Yeah. You filter ADP and you create a label for ADP, and that's all.
right? But when I want to go back to it, if you said it doesn't appear there unless you have
Oh,
an email.
No. That's an option that I can turn on or turn off. And
Oh, you can turn on.
Yeah.
I want it to appear on the left-hand side.
yeah, you can always go to here, for example, and I'm going to say, hey, always show this label on the list.
Oh, that's.
But as my organization grows, or I think that I don't know if I am very organized, but I have a lot of labels. Most of them are organized by customer name for me. So thank God we have like more than 300 customers. So it will not be very easy for me to navigate my label screen. So that's why I always say, hey, disappear. I just want to see when everything is new.
So for example, right now, my folders were not inputted onto this.
Yeah, they're going to be translated into labels.
Okay, because yeah, we haven't done that. So I think Jose's waiting to get with you because I'm missing
Some of your
a
past
lot.
labels.
I can't even.
Yeah, don't
like,
worry.
I can't even work.
Jose is becoming popular again, so he's not here right now. So yeah, they are what we call migrating the data that you have on your Outlook or the PST, and once they do that, you will start seeing the labels on the side of your screen.
When you assign a label to a certain email, and then it goes into your labels, well, it'll still remain in your inbox, right? If you do a search
Yeah,
in your inbox, you'll still be able to find it.
unless you archive the message.
Okay. So there's a difference between labeling and archiving.
Yeah, because that's something that I was trying to mention on the beginning. When you do archiving on Outlook, it's probably some people think that it's like copying the message from the server to your PC. That's a way of seeing archiving. Moving something from your inbox to the folder. The tricky part here is that folder can be placed on your PC, for example, on Outlook. Yeah, that's when things kind of get confusing. On Google, as we are not using any any part of your equipment, so you can have all your messages regardless of where you are seeing them. We only call archiving when we take messages away from the inbox label. So for us in Google, we say archiving is taking messages from inbox. You can do it manually, like here. If I go to my inbox, and I have this, and if I take the inbox label away, it's the same like archiving the message. It will be stored on my inbox. I call inbox like my account. It will be in my email account, but not in the inbox label.
Okay. And also, I saw that the emails that I sent you do not appear in your inbox anymore.
Why?
Because you made the label?
No, because when I make the label, I say archive the message as soon as they arrive.
Okay, you made the rules.
I made the rules to archive it. So basically, if I enter to my settings, I can see my filters. And I can look for Novamex. I can edit my filter. And you see this? I skip
Okay.
the inbox or the same archive it. I can just move it away. And I can say, oops, update. And you see this? I also apply filter to match conversation. I say, okay. And that's it.
That happened with past
Yeah.
conversation?
Yeah.
Okay, can you make a rule to archive a message after it's been read?
I think that we have a setting for that. I think that we have that. We have one that is called send and archive. We have the opposite, but let me see if I have that. You can always create a filter that applies to all. It's not wise to do it, but let me tell you this. Okay, okay. Okay. Now that I'm here, quick question. Have you ever sent an email and then as the world passed by, you realize that I didn't have to send that email to that person? That Jose is not the Jose that I want. Right? And you use that recover message functionality, right? Well, let me tell you, that doesn't do anything. Only give you some peace of mind for a while. But if that person have already read the email, forget it. They can have done anything. Okay? So in order to prevent that kind of surprises on your daily basis, I'm going to show you that if you go to the gear icon, to the settings, you will find an undo send option. And it is already configured for the maximum delay time that is 30 seconds. For me, that I'm about 45, 30 seconds is a very short time to react, believe me. For the youngest, I mean, they have been playing Nintendo and Xbox for their life. It's probably too much. But let me tell you, 30 seconds is very lengthy when you're trying to send something urgent, but it goes very fast when you realize you made a mistake. So you can set it up for 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, or 5 seconds. No. Yeah, we can say set it for a day, for example. Now, what happened here is, for example, if I have Javier Prado, and I want to reply to his email and say, hey, okay, Javier. No, Javier. No, Javier. Oh, no, hello, Javier. First of all, don't be rude. Jose has not made that option available. and I send it over. You will see that we have this for only 30 seconds, and you have to press undo.
Oh.
Okay? I'm going to do it again. It's send, and you will have this screen for 30 seconds. You say undo, and the message is not going to go anywhere. That's good. That's good to know.
So you
Right?
can then type what you wanted to say.
Now, you just write it down, but you don't click send. Write it down, and it's enough for taking it out of your chest. Say, how are you proposing this? Are you nuts? And then, okay, I got it off of my system.
Write it down on a piece of paper and have a match.
And then have a match. Exactly.
Also, the we remember exactly when you said like, oh, yeah.
Exactly. But there are some other instances where Google is going to do it for you. For example, there are some times when you start writing down, hey, Michael, I'm sending you over this file. You will see it attached in this message. And then you click send. And sometimes, I mean, Google is learning about how do you use the mail. So when he learns enough about you, or how do you write, he will sometimes give you some message saying, hey, you have just write down that you are going to send a message and a file, but I have not seen any file attached to the message. Do you really want to send that email? Google is going to try to help you with that kind of messages. You can always say, yes, I want to send it over without any file anyway. But you're going to start seeing that. Also, you will also start seeing something like this. I have been working with some people, with some customers, and some part of my team. If I start working, for example, with Ricardo, and for example, with Janet, as we have been working in the past days with other people, they will always tell me, hey, every time that you have been working with Ricardo and Janet, you invited or copied Victor, Jorge, and Alex to the same conversation. Would you like to invite them this time too? So you don't have to remind. Google will try to help you out. But it can go, it goes to the last days, the past days, and then it will go further and further to the past. So it's up to you if you use this. I mean, it's not something that is mandatory, but you can do it to help you save some time on your mailing. Okay, what else?
Just show them the signature.
Oh, the signature, yeah. Good for you to be here.
Well, only because I wanted for them to put a check mark under the signature, because like if you reply to all and you don't have a check mark under the signature, it puts your signature under like the whole email at the very bottom.
Yeah.
So people don't get to see who, your phone numbers, or we kind of figured that out because we were trying to
Move
play
that.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So as soon as I check marked it, now it comes out after every email, even on the replies.
Yeah, let me show you what happened here. Do you see here? I do have a signature, but when I'm replying and we are in the conversation view, my signature is not going to appear every time that I reply. But it's under here.
Yeah, but it's there.
But it's there.
Versus if you didn't check mark it, that signature would have been at the bottom
Of
of
the-
the thread of
yeah.
the emails. There could be 10 emails and it could be at the very
At the very
bottom.
end, I will see, it will look like you have just wrote down everything. Okay, we are going to see that the signature function is under your icon on settings on the general tab. I'm going to explain the whole screen. Is where you can choose your language. There are like 75 languages you can choose from. In here, you will enable some other tools. For example, in which language you can use the keyboard or something like that. This is just like a write down in styles. In the Middle East, they write from right to left. We write from left to right. My default country, you can set it up to US. This will help you with the, for example, the telephone numbers. Google will add up the international dialing code, for example, the 52 for Mexico, if you choose your correct country. If you want to show the images that come in an email. For some people, I explained that yesterday. For people who works on a contact center, for example, and they want to reply every time to all the people involved in a message, they can switch this on, reply all by default, and they won't have to do reply and reply all. They will do it in just one click. But for the rest of us, I mean, for the majority of us, we have to set it up to reply. You can start by choosing what font you want to use in your messages, the size of the font, the color of the font, and you can even remove the formatting of the screen. We have already covered the conversation view. We have the send and archive, so you can send all the message away from the send label. The undo send, that is very useful. This is something that is very, very nice. When we have activated the preview pane, the preview panel for the messages, it can be marked as read as you were reading it automatically. For example, this is the configurations part for if I click a message and it appears on my preview panel, I can put it the read mark immediately. Or if I stay for a second staring at the message, I'm going to show you this because it's probably I'm not making sense of myself. When you use the preview panel, in the left side on the right side of the message, remember, and if I move I click the message, I can preview the message without opening it, right? When I open a message, a read mark is placed on every message that I open, right? But we can do it on the preview panel if I configure this. And it will depend on the time that I spend taking a look at the message. If I take, 1 second is a very ridiculous time, honestly. After 1 second, it will be a read message. After 3 seconds, after 20 seconds, or never. That means that even if I preview a message, it won't be marked as read. Oh, so now what the function that you usually use is the return receipt. That flag won't be triggered if I put this on never, okay? Until I click the message and I explicitly open the message. So with this, you can preview a message without getting everyone else to know that you have already seen it. I explain this because some people tend to say, hey, I haven't read your message yet. I have taken a peek, but I haven't read it, okay? Then, do you remember the stars that appear on the left of every message? You can say, I only want to use 1 star. I want to use 4 stars, 4 signs. This is I would like to use all the messages, all the sign that I can use, okay? Probably you haven't seen that on the top right side of my screen. So from time to time, I receive some messages about that a new message has arrived to my inbox. This is something that, I'm sorry, let me tell you. And this gives me a chance to explain how to mute conversation so you won't get interrupted. Okay? In here on my chat side, I have my name, and I can shoot down or mute these screens for my chat screen for an hour or for 8 hours. So no more windows will appear on my Gmail. So you won't get interrupted when you're working. Okay, let's get back to this. You can set up your picture. Some companies apply policies to the kind of picture that you can place. Some say you have to use the same as the one as your badge. Others say you don't have to use your personal picture. You have to put the company logo. And other companies say, hey, use whatever you wish. Flowers, dogs, cats. They don't know what they get into because that's not the image they want to present. Okay, signature. You mean this check mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you've had a check mark,
Yeah, I already have it.
but there's others won't.
Yeah. In order for your signature to appear at the end of the message that you compose and not at the end of the whole conversation. Do you have already set up your signature? Yeah? Okay.
Well, I'm going to discuss with Jose whether we're going to purchase that other one
Yeah.
to set it up automatically, because as I said, we have people with all different signatures,
Yeah.
quotes, with, and
You know what we can do is we can start a trial period for the tool, and we can push the general so you can see how that it looks, and you can do that before you push something.
Yeah.
It's better to do it that way. Okay. Basically, what we want you to do is set up your picture, your signature. I'm sorry, and click this check mark. So your signature will be always in place. So in order to get to here is the icons, the gear icon settings on the general tab, okay? And then you go to signature and you click to enable this. In here you will have something that you will enjoy applying is when you go on vacations or you go on business travel. This is where you put your out of the office message. You can turn it off, you can turn it on, but you can turn it on depending on the date you're going to be out of the office. You can choose the start date and the end date of your leave, your absent leave. You can set up a subject for that. Usually companies like yourself put it in English and Spanish so anyone can be informed. And this is the part that I would like to spend a minute. You can set up this to get every time that someone sends you a message and this is activated, that person will receive an out of the office message. Hey, I'm out of the office, I'm on vacation, you can die of jealousy. I will be returning very soon. But that can be sent only to the person that you prefer. If you do not check any of these options, it will be sent to anyone. You can choose to send your out of office only to the person that you already know, for example, your contacts. Probably this will not be applying to the salespeople or anyone else. Or only to the people or to the Novamex employees. Why doing this? Because of security. And to prevent your email address to be reached by spammers. Because imagine all the spam that you may receive, and if you send your out of office reply to automatically to anyone, they will say, hey, this email address is a valid one. And believe me, valid email address has a price on the black market. So this is for your own protection. Google is always going to protect you from spam, from viruses, but that's something that we advise to the people. Do not send out of the office to everyone. Just send it to your contacts, for example. The other person, you will be receiving the mail. Don't worry about that. When you return, or if you see your mail on vacation, you will see it. Don't worry. But the other person will not know if you are in the office or not. And you will say, change this to be applied. Okay? You see? When you turn out of the office, it will show you this, even to you.
Go back and just hit end now.
And now, yeah. I'm going to come back again and turn it off. I wish that I would be on vacation. Okay. Labels. Here you will be able to manage all the labels that you have curated. Remember, the system label cannot be edited or deleted by you. Inbox. Do you see? Let me open a new window of my inbox. Do you see how I organize my inbox by only two categories, on red and all the rest, right? So all the mails that I haven't read are presented to me at the top of my screen. And everything that I have read already, it's at the bottom. Well, I can change how I manage my inbox by getting to the year icon, settings, inbox. And I have some options. The default view, that is the one that everyone has on their personal email account. Important first. Remember that way in which Google classifies the email sent to you by importance. The star or the priority inbox. I will say, hey, show me the important first, okay? And then I can customize a little bit more this section. I would like the important but not read. And then everything that has been read. And then, for example, the star or more options, but I will choose a star. And now I have more than two categories of this. So if I want to see the important and unread, okay, there they are. Then read. This is not. I haven't taken a look at it, but it's not important because it's something that is an internal process for me. If I set up this, now I will find Edgar's mail in here because I have marked it as important. Okay. And for example, offline mode. From time to time, you will have to have access to your inbox when you are not online, when you don't have connection to the internet, right? If you are traveling by plane or by car and you want to take a look at your messages without having internet connection, you will have to enable the offline mode. Offline mode is a way in which you can take away your inbox with you, but only the last 30 days, okay? Or the last message that you have been working with.
So you would have to do that
before going offline. Because if you don't do that, I mean, if I want to take a look at a mail from last year, I will just open it on my mail, and then I can just go away. I don't have to set anything else. Once Google has the offline mode enabled, you will be able to see the last messages that you have been reviewing. When you apply this, in my case that I have already installed it, I will see the launch Gmail offline. In your case, probably you will see install Gmail offline. And it will show you this interface. It's a different one. It's a cleaner one. And this is offline. From here, you can answer or reply to messages. You can compose new messages. And as soon as you get online again, they will be sent in automatically, like in Outlook. Don't worry about what happened with my message that I composed when I was offline. You don't have to do nothing. Google will detect that and will send it over to the.
So let's say that we're offline. That's what we're gonna open.
That's the way that you're going to see your inbox.
But how do I get to that page? I'm gonna open a browser and go to Gmail, and that's what we're.
Yeah, you may have like 2 or 3 options. You can always go to Gmail, and then it will detect that you are offline, and they will say, hey, launch offline mode, and you will see this. You can have an icon like I do in this Gmail offline. Depending on your operating system, if it is a Mac or if it is a Windows one, you can have more than one option. In here, I probably choose the less visible spot. Every time that you work with Google for Google Chrome, you will be able to see this. Yeah, and there you have it. All your extension and application of the suite will be there.
Some users, they don't have the bookmarks part. Can you show them how to get the bookmarks so they can show that?
This one?
Yes.
Bookmark manager? Ah, okay, I got you. Here?
This? Yeah, then bookmarks. And then show bookmark part. Some users don't have the show bookmark
Okay.
part, so they can show the.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't getting what's the point. Yeah. If I don't have this bar that I have been using, you can turn it on by saying bookmarks, show bookmark bars. This is, in Google, they call this icon the hamburger icon. Guess why? But you press the hamburger icon, this is in here, and you can see something like these bookmarks. This is helpful for you because it also gives you some access to some part of the personality, the customization that you can make to your browser. In here, you can clean the history. Sometimes, from now until 6 to 8 months, you will be needing to probably close or clean up all the history that you have been browsing. Here's from where you can do that. You can always have access through here, but some people like to use it from here. Let me tell you, Google Chrome is not only a browser, it's an operating system by itself. So it's very powerful. It has a lot of options, but I don't want to get you too complex on this, but as Javier requested, I entered that. So you can have this icon. If I press this icon, I will be able to see my Gmail offline. And then we can go to the calendar option, right? Okay, calendar can help you out with all your personal and work tasks, because by default you will have calendar for you. But if, for example, if you are servicing customers, you may have a calendar for deliveries or shipment for every customer, for example. And that calendar can be shared within departments. and with other person in your teams. I'm going to try to do something. These are the parts of the calendar. It will have this create button, so you can create a new event. Yeah. You will have the mini calendar in which you can navigate through the year, and you have your calendars. By default, you will receive your own calendar with your name on it. That's a calendar that it's the default calendar. If you don't explicitly say, I want this event to be created in this calendar, it will be created on this. It's like the old mail. You can call it the old calendar. Every calendar has to be created and managed by you, but you can have calendars created for different teams, different reasons. And let's say that we have a new branch opening, and we have to service some customer with some shipments to that customer. You can say, hey, we need to create a new calendar. Yesterday I created this. I'm going to. Yesterday we created this one. It's called the HEB project. HEB is going to open a new store, and he wants us to fulfill some orders. Okay, what's going to happen? I'm going to say, you know what? I need to ship. You see, I'm creating this on the HEB project because it's the only active at the time. And I say, I'm going to say all the materials with my product are going to be shown to the public. It has to be shipped by this. I'm going to change the color of this. Okay. And then the next day, we need to ship all the, what do you call Jarritos product? Pop soda or something like that? Refreshment, beverage? And then we can invite people from the HEB store to receive that at that time, at that moment. So you can start coordinating people through the calendar. Month close processing. For example, I need sales to cut off their sales process at that time. I need warehouse to give me the inventory figures at that date and that time. And that all those processes can be stored, and you will be receiving reminders about that special events. Okay, I'm seeing you're kind of tired. Will you like to have a quick break, 5-minute break, or do you want to continue? Yeah. Okay. Quick break? Yeah. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and we will be getting back very soon.
Can't see my calendar. See my calendar?
Okay, I'm sorry. You can go from here, and then you go here. Okay.
Yeah, because I missed that.
No, don't worry. And you can always write it down like this.
César, si nuestras salas de junta aquí tienen en el Outlook las encuentras, las ubicaciones, ¿cómo le hago el calendario? Asignar una junta a esa sala de a esa sala.
Ya están también dadas de alta.
¿Y dónde van a aparecer en el Square?
Mira, déjame te digo, no, es algo más sencillo. Te va a encantar esa parte. No, hombre, vas a decir, he estado viviendo en el error.
Desde ayer, cada vez que lo veo, cero pinches.
Sí, ahí va, mira.
Lo bloqueo con unos 30 segundos.
Sí. Fíjate, puedes hacer una cita aquí, Pax. Y aquí, dice Rooms. Y te va a mostrar solamente los que están disponibles a esa hora.
You know what we were noticing though? We were noticing that when people were booking it as guests,
¿Ya?
it was allowing them.
As guess.
So for example, we had some meetings last week
Mhm.
where one of our employees from Juárez booked it under guest, and then someone from here booked it under the rooms, and we both ended up having the
The same.
same time.
Oh,
Both showed it.
yeah. Because when it's different. When you book them as guests,
Sí, pero no se debe, ¿sí me entiendes?
yeah, no, I know completely. But you don't have to book it as guests. They have to be treated like resources.
Exactly, but
You can do that because they created the email that they used to have on Outlook. They have to raise that account.
who has to raise it?
Jose or Javier.
Because they created all.
They created emails because in exchange, that was your role.
Well, can we talk to them about that? Because
Yeah,
that's,
sure. Because you,
anybody who didn't attend the trainings or we show them how to book a room, they might book it as guest or room, but they
Yeah.
shouldn't, if the room is taken, the room is taken, whether you're a guest or whether you book as a room.
Yeah.
It should be taken.
yeah. What happened is that on the other and on your old system, you have to invite the room to the meeting so it can be blocked. In Google, those are treated as scheduled resources. So once you
So we have to tell them to disable those other email accounts that they
Exactly.
created on Outlook.
yeah.
Where are they when we need them?
They are not right here, but they will be. We will be talking to them about that because once you add one of these, it goes.
Because Ana, this happened in that last meeting that we had last week. Alfonso booked the room at the room. And I just,
Yesterday, Susana had booked this one. And when I booked it that morning, and it showed up as it was available.
but you probably booked it under room and she probably booked it under guest or vice versa.
So I did it under rooms.
So then we'll have to ask the time because it's allowing you to double book. If you book it under guest, it allows you to book it even though it's booked.
So I was
Well,
able to book it under
Room.
on the rooms, yeah.
That's the proper way, but.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Even some people will try to book them as guests or invite the room, even if it is already taken, but they will be receiving a message from the room saying, I am not able to attend that meeting, like another guest. You see?
When I went through rooms.
If I try to force, for example, you all have already set up or schedule a meeting in that meeting room. If other person wants to force to be in that room and invite the room, they will be receiving a denial message from the room saying that it's not able to take that.
Because, so she had reserved it before me.
Uh-huh.
I reserved it like an hour or so before the meeting, on the same day. So she had already reserved it. She said she had gotten confirmation that she already reserved it. When I did it, I did rooms because I have only shown the available.
Yeah.
That competition was there. I reserved it and I didn't get like a decline.
Like a denial invitation? Okay. We will have to check that with Javier and Jose because all those.
It's happening a lot.
Mhm.
Rooms here are critical.
Yeah, I know. Can we try to recreate the same right now?
Yeah.
Sure. So,
You
on
book it.
519,
Yeah, but I will be needing to see how they are booking them
You book it under guest.
and to see how are you doing it.
Let's book it for like Saturday, so we won't mess anything up.
so let's do Saturday. Saturday.
So you're doing guest, right? What room are you gonna do?
But yes, here. Saturday. It's not here.
Show me as busy, right?
But I didn't do this.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
So then you can reserve it, yes, because I thought you could.
No, you can attempt to see it, but you will probably receive the time.
But she reserved it, and I reserved it, yes.
Yeah.
And it should be left. I thought it was just.
No, what happens when you scale, when you configure the rooms, they receive like a meeting. So that's where the
So should I got an email confirmed?
we already have the
Okay, so if you don't,
Show it's a.
It will show you as another room. It will
No,
show
but
you.
like,
Once you save the calendar, then you was not able to see that.
but she did, because unless we did it at the same time. Because when you're reserving, and if I reserved it already and you go into rooms, you shouldn't be able to see it.
because when I go to my calendar, it's still there, it's just, it's still there.
Yeah, but you don't have the.
And it says where, conference room, venue, whatever.
Yeah, but that doesn't. It's not.
It doesn't accept it, but if that's what we were used to, it's not gonna let us reserve
Yeah,
it.
but this is something like it's like a label, it's like big text. It's not. Right?
Yeah, but then if people look, say, look, I have it reserved, look, that's the way we were able to before.
Yeah. But
Before it
you
wouldn't
see the
matter.
list of invitees. That's where they don't have to. As an invite.
There just has to be something better.
Yeah, I always say that we can. But
Yeah, because if we're used to doing it a certain way, unless,
It's causing a lot
it's
of.
causing a lot of conflicts.
yeah. But even in the other system, you will have to.
We never had conflicts.
I know, but you have to do it in a way in which you have to log.
So see, we would always get a confirmation. It would always send us a confirmation that it's reserved, and it would always send us a decline, so,
No, it wouldn't even, it wouldn't even let you.
well, it wouldn't let you do it, you would go to the schedule and then you would see if it's available. But it would still let you send it, but it would decline it.
I think that we have a calendar for each one of the rooms, in which you can verify the availability.
Let me try to figure out how to show you this.
Ahora sí.
Now looking from 10:30 to 11:30. Under. And I'm going everything out.
Si no te va a llegar.
Sí.
Yeah.
¿Necesita la computadora?
Sí, hasta hoy.
That's the speaker.
Ah, ya sé. No te salté bien.
What did you know? And it's okay. It's okay, but just as long as we don't give them.
Okay. Okay, shall we start again? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So we were starting to see how we can use calendars to improve our work. So basically, let us start by saying that calendars can be very useful when coordinating teams, as I was mentioned. You can have your own and personal calendar that is by default set up for you by when you receive your Google account. You can always create new calendars for projects or for special events. So you will be able to separate the events that are just for a project, for a certain event, or you can even have your own personal events, not mixed with your work events. For example, I have on my own personal events all my credit card due dates, so I have to make the wire transfer to them. I have my family birthdays on them. I don't want them to be seen by other people on my company. So that's why I may have a personal. I have reminders, for example. Reminders are a new functionality of Google that will help you out to keep, for example, if you have to send a package to another branch office, you can set up a reminder for yourself. This is a new system calendar. And you can start doing like, okay, I have already covered this. And you can always see if there is available other people's calendar. For example, imagine you are a sales leader and you want to monitor where are the events or the days or the business meeting that your team is already scheduled. You can always have this by, for example, I'm going to take Ricardo. Ricardo is part of my team. So I can see at any time which meetings Ricardo has already booked for himself, and see if I. For the business meeting that your team is already scheduled, you can always have this like, for example, I'm going to take Ricardo. Ricardo is part of my team, so I can see at any time which meeting Ricardo has already booked for himself. It's myself. It's a delay between my voice and the Google phone. Do you remember that we have a broadcast? It seems like someone is. yeah, we have a broadcast in YouTube. That's why we are like retrofitting my voice. Okay, so I can see Ricardo's calendar as well. I will be able to see other people's calendar. And then I can control where my people or my team members are and see if they are getting enough appointments with the customers, if they are covering the routine schedule that they have to cover. It can get very crowded, but you can always shoot down any calendar by means of just clicking on the name of the calendar. Yeah?
And your screen is showing you and it's weird.
Oh, even though there is a nice view, it's not what we want them to see. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is here, okay?
The sound is good, but I'm still seeing it.
Yeah, now this is, where's, yeah, it's a delay between what you're seeing and what I am doing right now. You will see my screen right away. Okay, sorry for that. Sorry for the close-ups. Okay, so basically, what I was explaining is that you can have a total view of your team schedule at your fingertips. You can always see and review with whom they are getting into the meeting. For example, if I get Ricardo's calendar, and I can see which customer he's getting. He's going to be in a session like this with another company in Guadalajara. So I can always send a message to all of them. Like, thank you for being in this session. This is Cesar Olivas, Operation Director for Infoanalytica. I hope that you enjoyed. If you have any comments or doubts, you can always get to me at this email address or phone. It's not intrusive, it's more like a supervising tool.
So in order to see Ricardo's calendar, he would have to give you access to see.
Yeah, in the normal setup, that will has to happen. In your setup, yesterday we seen that they have already set up that everyone can see other people's calendar, but only busy or free time. So, for example, if you want to see Javier's calendar, you will have to do something like this. Add a coworker calendar, and you will enter the email address of that person. And if he has already granted you access to it, or if for example, for Novamex, it has been set up from the administrator console, you will be able to get the calendar. But if you want to have the details of each one of the calendars, the other person has to give you or grant you access to that detailing view. Okay?
So you would have to add them here to see if they're busy or not busy?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No, not necessarily, because one of the advantages of Google is, for example, I'm going to take Ricardo's calendar from here. I'm going to take this, and I'm going to simulate that I'm going to have a meeting with Ricardo and Victor tomorrow, okay? So I will create the event. It's like, this is what we call our meetings. We're going to sync what Ricardo is doing. He's in charge of new deployments, and Victor is responsible for technical support. So I'm going to start editing the event. I will invite Ricardo and Victor. And I don't have to know their availability because Google already knows it. So for example, I can say, hey, Google, suggest me some times. If I click here, I will see in which time and in which day they have an open for this long meeting. If I say, okay, no, it's too long, I just want to be an hour, you see, I will have more options. But this is something that Google can do for me very fast. If I want to check their availability, I will just have to say this finite time, and it will show me Victor Ricardo calendar on my screen. So I can manually say, okay, I would like to have it like this. But if I was very mean, I would say, hey, I'm going to ruin Victor lunch. And then I will say, for example, in this case, I have this check mark here. They won't be able to modify the event, the date or the hour. If I click here, they will be able to move the date and the hour of the meeting. I don't want them to do that, so I take this. And I don't want them to invite others, so I will take this off. But if I want to scare Victor a lot, I will say, hey, you're not seeing who is going to be in the meeting. HR uses this a lot. Now, I am joking. This is something that you can prevent people from knowing who is going to be in the meeting for security reasons. In Mexico, it's very common when a stakeholder is going to meet with the employees and they don't want them to know that they're going to be attending for security reasons, they put this mark off and no one is knowing. It's like a blind copy. It's like using blind copy on your emails. You're inviting someone and he thinks he's the only one who's attended along with you. So for the fall, these 2 hours are on. I am only checking one day, but I can see the whole week, the 3 calendars in a week view. So I can say if it is not available on Wednesday, when that I can have the meeting, probably on Thursday or Friday. I can even short out the meeting by drag and dropping the length. If I drag and drop, I can change the length of the meeting so I can accommodate it everyone that I want. And something that we were seeing, I think that we have to cover this. Rooms. Javier is not in the room, by the way. Okay. So basically, they have configured the rooms that are available in each building. That's something that is very common. I mean, you are a big company, you probably have a lot of meeting rooms in this building and in Juarez and other cities. So you can have all the view of all the cities' meeting rooms. If you put this here on rooms, you will see only the available rooms if that's what you wish. If you take this off, it will show you all the resources that can be scheduled. Be very aware that if you show or you add something that is clearly marked as not available, you are not reserving or you're not making a reservation. You are just inviting the meeting room. But the meeting room should give you a declining message saying, hey, I'm not going to be able to attend. That's what can happen. If I click here, you see, even though that I know that it's not available, it will show on my guest probably, but I will receive in something that is called I am not available.
But the message here is that you reserve it through rooms, not
Through
You're
guests.
supposed to reserve it
Through rooms,
not
yeah.
through guests.
Because that's the only way in which you will know if the room is available at the first time. Because if you invited by his email address, you will never know until you receive the message declining your invitation.
How did you get to where the conference rooms are?
I'm sorry?
How did you get to the?
Yeah, let me do this. You go to the meeting. In this view, you will see the the invitees, you see the room declined because it was already taken. And at the right, you will see rooms. And it will show me only available rooms for the date and time of my meeting. But if I take this away, I will see all the rooms that are available. I can try to invite a room that has already been scheduled, but I will be receiving a declining message from the room saying, hey, I am not available. You're welcome. You see, that's how we use calendar. I'm going to this, I can delete the event and letting people know that the meeting has been canceled, or I can cancel the meeting without notifying the other invitees. Rooms have their own calendar, yeah? For example, here, you will be able to see the meeting room calendar as if there was another people calendar.
So you have to add that to calendar.
Not necessarily. Only if, in some companies, I have noticed it that some administrative assistants are like the managers of the meeting rooms. So any meeting has to go through them. So they usually add the meeting rooms calendars. And even though we can make you responsible and the only one who can schedule meetings on the room. I mean, by default, all people in the company can schedule and invite a room. But if you want to, we can configure the platform so only certain people can schedule rooms. That's not very useful because that takes time from that people work, but some companies might want to do that way.
But if you add them as a guest, like a conference room, if you add it as a guest, then you'll be able to find the time, just like you showed us, and then it'll tell us
Yeah,
if it's available.
if it is available because it has a calendar behind it.
And for those, if you want to set up a conference room and it's not showing at the time, it means
Well,
so only if it's showing.
but we've been having a lot of issues where it's letting us reserve, even though someone else already reserved, and it doesn't send us.
You have
We need to look at that because it's been happening a lot. Like, too much people show up to the same conference room and I reserved it for so I didn't.
Yeah, you have to be very aware of that. If you create an event, for example, this one, and I put here, I don't know the name of it. Even thought that the room is called that exactly the same. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I'm doing it on my screen. Sorry. Sorry. If I do this, and I even thought that the name are the same, I am not scheduling any meeting, okay? This field is only showing as a description, not serves as a scheduling tool. So probably that's one option in which you can have this collision of people trying to get into the same room. If I put it there, it doesn't happen. Nothing happens. The room is not going to be aware that has been reserved. I have to say it like this. There you go.
Nobody else can see that.
Mm-hmm. At that time, at that date, no one is going to be able to see it because it will show me something like this. I'm sorry. If I take this, I will see Sala de Juntas DF, but it's already taken. I can remove it and then free up the room. In this case, I was just scheduling a meeting room so I can be alone and review some plan. But someone said, hey, guys, it's only one person and this is a very large meeting room. So get to your office and do your work. And then I can free up by saying remove, you see? So yeah, I know if you're noticing this, but you have to be careful because they have already told me that they have some issues about two groups of people trying to get into the same room. So always reserve your meeting rooms through the rooms options. So you will see only the available rooms for you. And that's where I use Google Maps when in the where field. I was here. And then I will say 500 West. Oh, overland journey. Say. And for example, if I'm coming from Juarez, I don't know any address in Juarez, but it's called, I'm going to stay in Juarez tonight. So. Los 3-4. Mire, take a look at this. Even advise you that you are going to cross over the line. If you want to walk, yeah. If you want to cycle, and you can send the direction over to your phone. Now I am amazing you. Let's go to Drive so I can still amaze you more. But calendars is a great tool because in this case, it's not Google Apps, but it's Google Maps. It will give you traffic direction. If it is an accident or something like that. If any of you have used Waze, Waze is the application on your cell phone to drive through cities. Yeah, it's like a social network actually. Waze is a social network of drivers in which you can inform about accidents, police cars, and stuff like that. In Mexico, we have alcohol checkpoints. It was not meant to do that, but people use that way. Waze, W-A-C-E. Waze. And we know it very well because it's also a Google product. Don't tell anyone. Yeah, Google has investment in a lot of companies like Uber or something like that. So it's very helpful for us that travel to cities that we haven't been in for at least for me 12 years. I haven't been in El Paso for 12 years. So it was kind of new. Okay, let's get back to the calendar. You can see your calendar and you can see your day to day. You can see your weekly planning. You can see all month what are you going to be doing. This is my calendar for the month. And if I want to manage my appointments in a more civilized way, I can see it as an agenda. I'm going to take this away. Do you see that I have all the events or scheduled events that I have the same as active calendars on the left? This is a very useful one for human resources birthdays. You can set up all the employees' birthdays in here, and everyone can get a notice of whose birthday is today. My reminders. Do you see the little cake here? This is because I added the birthday calendar on my agenda.
How do you manage that? When you're in an appointment, it says at the bottom of disability.
Oh, let me go to that.
Private, public.
This one. First of all, the show me as is like saying this is something that I am invited or I'm organizing, but I don't have to be there the whole time, the whole meeting. Or even though if someone has a more important meeting, I want them to know that I am available, even though that I have something on my calendar. Because sometimes people use calendar for reviewing stuff on your desktop. I mean, I'm going to review my next month sales projection. But you are on your desktop. You are available. So you can say, show me as available. Or if you don't want to be disturbed, you say, I am busy, don't invite me.
That's a manual.
A manual thing.
Selection.
Yeah, you have to do it.
If you put an appointment, it doesn't change automatically.
No, it doesn't. It changed automatically to busy.
Yes.
It does because it will show that meeting on your calendar. Calendar doesn't know if it's a meeting with other person. It's a if there are more persons involved, it's an event, a meeting, or just a reminder for yourself. Do you remember that task also show in your calendar? So the next one is control by the Google administrator in your company. It has to say there's a sharing settings on the administrator console that Javier and Jose manage, and they will be able to see if you say public, all people can see the details of the meeting, the title, the location, who is attending or not.
You need all people.
The ones that you have shared your calendar.
How do you share your calendar?
Well, by default, the Google administrator can say all calendars are private, and you can do it. You have to do it manually. I want to show you how. Or if the administrator says everyone has access to other people's calendar, but only busy free time, they will be able to see you if you are busy or available.
I think that function's important when you're first creating a meeting.
Yeah.
You want to know you're going to invite 5 people. You want to know if they're just available or.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's something that Google can help you out with, because when you enter the invited names, you can click here, and Google will select and show you which time that they have available. You don't have to worry about that. You don't have to do it yourself. Google will say, all these dates are available for you. At this time, and for the duration of the meeting, they will suggest you about that. But if you move the length of the meeting, for example, to 1 hour, and you suggest it will increase the availability. If you still say, hey, no, I like to do things for myself, I like to do it myself, you can always say find time, and you will see something like this. Find time. You can see only the day or the week, and you can here edit your meeting length, and you can move it all over when they have. You see, you are seeing Ricardo and Victor calendar is aside with mine, and then you can select the opening spots that you can choose for your meeting. You can do it manually if you want, or you can say you can let Google do it for you. Suggest times. Believe me, that will save you time too. Imagine how hard it is to gather 5 directors of Novamex to get into one meeting room. It all starts like this. Hey, Anna, my boss wants to get in touch with your boss for an hour. Let me know when. That person is going to take usually this notebook. Say, hey, okay, Friday 9 a.m. But we also wanted the human resources director to be here. Now let's check another time. With this, that person can finish this in seconds. Say, hey, I know that you're available on that day, on that time. I have already set up the date. Please notify your boss that he has a new appointment. Because sometimes supervisors rely on their assistant to control their calendar and their contacts too, and their mail too. So that's how you can use Google Calendar for organizing meetings. Letting Google help you out is going to be very useful for you. And what happens if I delete an event that I don't want to be deleted? For example, here. Accidental, yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't believe in those circumstances about I didn't do nothing, but the message disappeared. It erased itself. It deleted itself. No. Yeah, but it happens. Yeah. So if you have a meeting already scheduled and you say, hey, this is a test meeting. Sorry for the typos. And I'm going to reserve a room. And I'm going to save it. It's here. Okay? You don't have to actually enter into your calendar and edit the meeting to say, yes, I'm going. If you click on any meeting that you have to click once, and it will show you the details of it. You don't have to open the meeting. And you can respond if you are going to attend that meeting. And always you can delete the meeting if you are the one who organized the meeting. So if I delete this, oh, okay, now I will have to go to my calendar because it was on my calendar. To the right of my calendar, I will have this small icon or button, and I will click on it. I will go to calendar settings, and it will see a trash option. That's where I will find all the meetings that I have deleted. And then I will say click. I'm sorry? Yeah. These are the same like message. I was thinking about how to explain this. It's like every time that you delete a meeting, it will be living on the trash bin for 30 days, and exactly on the 31st day it will be out for good. And then you will have the option to restore selected events. Go back to my calendar, and I have the meeting ready. Now I'm going to erase it for good. So far, any doubts, any questions? Nope. Well, we are going to just finish up with contacts. Contacts are like your bread and butter for those in sales, for customer relationships. This is where all my contacts live. It's also a function that is quite simple, but it has some good issues on there. For example, from time to time, or even now, when you were transitioned from your old system to Google, you may be encountering duplicated contacts. I don't know if you have that issue. Did you? Okay. Google has an option to identify those. I'm going to recreate what happened with this. For example, I'm going to select some of these contacts, and I'm going to export them out. I'm going to export 3 contacts in Google format. Okay, and it's like this. Now I'm going to import them back.
Did you specify a location when you export it, or just export?
Yeah, usually it's going to be on your download folder that is already configured in your operating system. I'm going to retrieve it from there, and I say import. And I will have duplicated contact right now. Usually when you change phones, smartphones, you see the light and leave Apple behind and you got a new Android. You can be having this kind of trouble. Now you can do something else. You can say, okay, I would like Google to help me out with this. Find and merge duplicates. It will scan all my contacts, and it will say, hey, I found something that it gets interesting for you. We have Antonio Chagoya, who I only see 1 contact, but I have seen some data without name, so I can see the details of this. Do you see? There's one profile very, very well done, and other that only has the email address on it. The ones that are very interesting are these that have 2 contacts in there. They say you have one that it says only the name on, and the other has the email address. Those are the difference between the contacts. One has the name and one has the address only. And you can say, okay, all that has more than 1 occurrence, please merge. And it will disappear. But it will give you only 1 contact with more information.
Cesar, and if I delete a contact on Google, will it sync with my phone?
Yeah. Yeah, if you configure your phone to be always synchronized with Google, if you add a contact in your phone, it will appear on your web browser. Always. If you delete a mail on the web browser, it will be deleted from your iPhone. Or your tablet, or even if you use another person's PC or laptop, you can access your account from anywhere. That's the benefit of using the web version. If you use Outlook, you will have to be tied up to your laptop.
And when you access your Gmail, your contacts, everything on a different computer, will it log you out if you were logged in somewhere else?
Not necessarily if you don't want to. But hey, this is a good example. For those of you who travel, and sometimes you have to borrow another person's PC or laptop, or even though you have to go to the business site and on the hotel, it's not very advisable, but sometimes you have to do it. Within your Google, with your mail, if you navigate through the bottom of it, okay, to the very end, to the very bottom of your screen, you will have this that is called details. In here. And if you press details, you will see in all the computers, all the devices that have you logged in. You will see here your phone, your tablet, and if you forgot to log out from the hotel computer, you just have to go here and say, I want you to sign out any other session that I have. So you don't have to worry about leaving your credential behind.
Is there a difference between the colors? Because my button over down here shows white. Yours is gray.
This one, the bottom? I think that is the projector. No, it's the same. It's the same. Well, it's the same interface, but you can customize it a little bit with Teams. For example, I'm going to get back. Well, if I press here, all my other session will be out of the system. Okay, there's something that it was called Teams. It's like pimp my web browser. Yeah, because you can choose something to be shown in your screen. It's like, okay, we have several teams. For example, this is an Android one. Do you see? I can customize my screen. But only the background. It doesn't work, it doesn't affect anything. On Teams. Yeah, this is very funny because this guy moves from time to time. Yeah, when it's about 6 p.m., one of those is like carrying a suitcase and say, hey, I'm out of here. So this is going to be changing around the day. But you can always use Team Lake, for example. This is something that I like. So you can have your own private views of it. It can cheer you up on those rainy days. Yeah, I think that we should do a break for lunch because 12, 15, and you will take lunch at that time. Okay? So, friends from in the other side of the telephone line, we are about to make a 1 hour, how many? How long? 1 hour? 1 hour break for taking lunch, and we will be getting back to you. I'm going to put on mute my screen on the. Hello, thank you for your patience. We are back from lunch, and we are going to continue with our training session for Novamex. I will take from the last screen that we had. There were contacts, in which we learn how to find and solve the duplicate contacts on my contact list. And now I am going to show you how to create groups of contacts, personal group of contacts that will serve you for not having to write down any or your team email addresses or your contact email addresses. Let's get it on with this. For example, I'm going to take these two persons, Alfredo and Alfonso, and I'm going to create a new group that is called Customer A. Now I will have a Customer A contact group with Alfonso and Alfredo. I can add up a new contact manually by writing it down. But if it is not in my contact list, I can write down the name. And I can fill out all the other fields. You remember when I say that if you put your country, it will have the utility to put all the telephone international codes on it. But I only want to put this job title. Yeah, in here. Yeah, well, because I have my settings set to Mexico. Right? That's why I put the Mexican international code for this. I only want to have the email and the title. Okay, and I have my customer A contact group. If I want to use this contact group, I am able to do it by compose an email, and I can say customer A. I don't know why Omar was not in there. Okay. Well, it takes time to refresh it, but the two first contacts that I have, they appear in there, so I won't have to type all the email addresses. You can do this for projects, for other interaction with customer, vendors, in which you want everyone involved to be notified about something. And then it will help me out. There are two types of groups: the personal groups that I am creating on my account, and some other groups that are created by the Google administrators. Those lists are the ones that are most used. Is like the all employees for HR department, like when you want to notify or send an email to the whole accounting department, probably that contact list already exists and within the console. Yeah, in here you will be able to see the company directory. This is generated by all the users that are configured into the Google Apps. You cannot move any of this data. It's called directory profile. All this profile comes from Google, that it was configured by the Google administrator. So you cannot edit, remove, or change anything from here. But you can have your own. For example, you can have someone who works with you, and you have their business phone and his business address. But it's also a friend of yours, so you can always have all the information that can set up that.
And you can create your own groups there.
Yeah,
if
but
you want to. I mean, even though they're like including from the directory.
Yeah, you can do it. Yeah, because you can do something like this. Let me go to my contact list. if I get into the company address, the company contact list, I can always say I want to take this, 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 and this, and I can create a new group, a personal group of mine. Let's say it's a personal group. The difference between this group that I am creating and the one that are created by the Google administrator is that, for example, if I use one of the Google administrator one, the communication internal communication, do you see a difference? I don't see the email addresses that are inside that group. I can only see the name of the group. I'm going to give you. This is a group of contacts that were created by the Google administrator. I cannot edit that group. I can post or send emails to that group, but I cannot edit who is part of that group or not. But and when I use it, I won't see the address of the persons that are part of that group. But if I use my customer A group, I will see Alfredo and Omar email addresses in there. That's the difference between the ones that the administrator built and the one that I made myself. No one else can see the customer A group. It's only for me, unless I share my contact list. I can share my contact list if I go. I think that this is the only screen where you are not going to find the your icon for settings. It's going to be here. In the more option, manage delegation setting. And in here, I can invite people to see and edit my contact list. I can, for example, invite Victor to edit. There's no other way in which I can share my contact list. I have to grant edit permission for the person. Usually this is done by the by someone who has an assistant. Say, hey, please get my contact list on shape. And when they travel, they gather a lot of business cards and give it to someone of the team, and they will type in all the data, or they probably have the business card scanner in which they can put it on right there, and it will go to your Google Apps account. Any question about contacts? No? Okay, let us then get into Google Drive. Let me do something very quickly. Just give me a minute. Thank you. Now we are entering one of my favorite part of the session. This is where everything changes. This is when you say, okay, I can leave Outlook behind. Pleasure. No, not really. Okay, let me do my screen a little shorter. Okay. Ready. Okay, everyone knows what Google Drive is? No? Well, let me get back to the presentation, and we are going to review what we have covered so far. And if you have any question, we will be able to answer right now. We have seen all the functionality in Gmail, how to compose, how to handle attachment, how to do a search, the priority inbox, conversation view, Hangouts, there are the chats that we can use, labels, filters, stars, and tabs, some tricks. We haven't seen inbox by Gmail. We are going to see it at the end of the session. Then we review how to create a calendar event from a email message. Do you remember? It's you select the message on the more button. You say create event, and that will create and will invite all the people who are involved in the email message. It will be like invitees to the meeting. Appointment slot. Do you remember how I hover over all the open slots in the people's calendar so we can have the precise date and hour in which we can get together? And the out of office calendar. This is a suggestion that we made. Yesterday they told me that you already have this HR system in which every one of you has to register your personal time, your vacation or absence, leave of absence time. Okay, so we are not going to take that. Contact, create a contact group, import contact groups, and delegate access to contacts. Now we are going to get into Google Drive. The basic features and how to use Google Drive for your own advantage on the job, to share information with your colleagues within Novamex and outside with your customers and other vendors. How to organize your Google Drive so you will get everything on shape. You remember how I advise you not to get too much in depth on labels inside and other labels. It's the same for folders within Drive. Keep it the simplest way possible. And how to share files and how to prevent a file from being downloaded. Okay? Now we are going back to the screen where we have Drive, Google Drive. You can access Google Drive from your main screen, from the 9 dots icon that are to the left of your photo or your names. And you can hit Google Drive. Please, if you have your computer with you, try to follow me because this is going to get fun really quickly. So basically, I will hit Drive and I'm going to be here. This is my basic Google Drive screen. Guess what? We have also a powerful search bar. Okay? I'm going to get back to this issue in a few minutes. We will have a red button that says New. With this new button, you can create folders. You can upload your files, the files you have on your PC or that are on your network. You can even upload a whole folder. You don't have to do it manually file by file. You can select, for example, My Documents, and you can upload that to your Google Drive. And also, you will have access to the Google Docs editors. We have the same editors that Microsoft Office does. We have tools to create text documents, spreadsheets, and presentations, or what we call it, the slides. And also, we have something that is very useful that is called Google Forms. It's like creating online polls in which automatically you will have in real time answers from the ones who respond the poll. You will have a database already being created, and you will have all the graphics created for you. So I'm going to show you how to do this. In the same screen, you will have My Drive. That's the default name for like my documents. So this is called My Drive. And you will have the same options from that button. You can see the files as a list of files, or you can see it as icons.
Can people that don't have Gmail see it or use it?
Yeah. If you share the file with them, they can do it. Yeah, you can share the file with anyone you want, taking into consideration security and business reasons.
Can we share a folder? Do we have a folder with pictures in it or anything?
Yeah.
A link to the folder?
Yeah, sure. You may do that. But you have to do it in certain way in which you're not compromising. I'm going to give me 5 minutes and I'm going to get there very quickly. So imagine this is all my files. So it's within time it's going to get crowded for you too. Because I am very deorganized. Don't worry. You don't have to be like me. You're more organized than I am. So that's why I love Google when they tell you don't need to organize yourself anything. If you want to say, hey, I want to search all the domain, all my company files, I can set that reference and say, okay, what type of file do you like? I would like to see all my PDFs that were modified in the last 30 days. Do you remember something that was in the name? Yeah, I think that it was something like Google in the name. And the word security, okay. And who owns the file? I don't really recall who owns the file, but I recall that it wasn't my file. Not owned by me. Do you remember if it was shared with someone else? No, I don't remember who else has access to that. And where is located? Anywhere. None of your files, okay. Probably this is why. Wow. I'm getting some results. Yes, I got nervous. You know why I'm so confident in Google? Because your company is running on the same server that Google does. So if for some rare occasion you don't have access to your mail, Google is suffering too, believe me. And they lose millions if their server goes down. That's why we have a 99.9 SLA with our customers. We are able to say that you won't. It's like getting into the internet and put google.com and not getting the search bar. It's very rare, but it may happen. I mean, it's all done by men, so we're fallible. So I have all my security files, PDF files, right on my fingertips. I don't have to know where they are, but I can access them very quickly. Do you see? I don't have to open any program. Google Chrome does it for me by means of Google Drive viewers. I'm going to erase this. And you have the standard document information at your fingertips. The name, the owner, when was last modified. You can sort it out by oldest to newest, newest from to oldest. The size. Do you see why this file doesn't have any size measurement? It's not a folder, it is a file. Actually, it is an spreadsheet. It is online, everything is online, but this is the secret. If you use our Google file formats, you have unlimited space. You have unlimited storage space. But if you don't use my Google format, I will discount the size out of your 30 gigs of data that you have available. So that's a subtle way of convincing you to use. Nah, really, there are more powerful reasons, not only the space that they take, but also because you can do something with our files that you cannot do with Microsoft Office. Like what? I'm going to show you what. First of all, let me finish. Let me finish about this. So if I want to know more about a file, I can always click on this, View Details. This is where the difference start arising. I have a preview of the file. That's not too much. You can always right-click on a file and you will see this. And it has no description at all. But also I can have the activity on it. No activity on the last days, okay? I'm going to choose another.
So the activity is anything that's being done to that file.
Not only what, but by whom.
Well, Excel keeps a lot of that.
I know, but not the way we do it. Did you see this?
No, I
Okay, I choose my, this is like a budget that we do. Can you imagine the way in which you do budget right now? From like October, you start hearing something
we started
saying
in January and then we ended.
in October. But in October, you start over again, you start hearing that voice inside your head. Budget is coming. The budgeting is coming, and winter is coming too. You say,
We start listening to that voice in mid-August.
and Miss August and say, hey, do you got your expenses fixed already? Because I'm going to send you over to you. And that's going to be the base for your budget. So you have to be very confident about the figures in there. Okay, like in October, someone creates a budget template for the next year, right? And then make like 6 to 8 copies of it in an Excel file and send them over to all the different departments. Hey guys, I need you with a very serious face. I need you to give me this back by November 1st. No later than that. On November 15, you start worrying because you haven't received anything from them, right? And you start saying, hey, I think that I have to be more firm with them. I'm going to say, hey guys, if you don't do that, you will have travel expenses next year. By November 20, you say, okay, with me. Please give me the information because I have a meeting tomorrow and I have nothing to show the boss. Please, right? And then suddenly at 2 p.m., you 1, 2, 8 files, and then behaving violently. You get laid. You're over the night and you're going to consolidate all the projects. If you don't have it by 8 a.m., because I have a meeting with the boss at 9 a.m., you're going to see the light at the end of the tunnel. All right? All right. Yeah? You will have this huge Excel with all the data from the different departments with formulas in it, but you only are interested in one tab, the consolidated tab, right? Then you go to your boss's offices and say, hey, this is great. Congratulations, you have it on time. Yeah, it was an effort for my part. I didn't receive any mail from the other guys, but I did it all myself. Okay. And then it went fine until he told you, but it's kind of higher, doesn't it? Like, we spend more this year than last year. We have to be getting the expenses lower every year. Okay, please take it 5% lower, whatever you want. And then you get out of the office and look at the face of the poor guy who consolidated everything. This is not good. We have to take down 5% of eight figures. Please send them over again to those guys in all departments and tell them that I need it for later today, 6 p.m., no later, right? And then this is start over again and again and again. And the end of the process, you start with a 2017 budget for Novamex. December 6th, budget 2017. 2006, 730, budget Novamex. 2017, 645, approved by the boss, Novamex budget. And so on, you have like 7 or 8 different versions of the budget at the end. And the only question that the owner of Novamex asks you in January is, can you give me the last version of the budget? What do you say? Which one do you like? The one was approved by you and then modified by me? Or do you want the latest version of this? No, you send me the approved version. And you enter my document folder and you see budgets file like, whoa, like myself.
Okay, but one thing, are those files, Microsoft, how do you share a Google file?
With a Microsoft user?
Yes.
We are very nice and kind people. We can do that. Let me show you how. This is my budget, right? let me get my screen a little smaller this time. I can always, as we know that we don't live in a perfect world, no, not really. As we know that not all companies are going to be with Google. We know that the world is big enough to have Google, Microsoft, and other new startups, and we hope to have that. You can always download the file on the latest version of Microsoft Excel, 2013, 2016. You can send it over like open document for those who use OpenOffice. You can send it over like PDF.
What's an open?
OpenOffice is it's an older version of Microsoft Office that went public. It's compatible, but it has its own. It's almost the same, but it's not so flexible. It's a huge package like Microsoft Office, but it doesn't cost much. You can send it over like comma separated values, or you can have tab separated values, like spaces, and are consumed, for example, ERPs, SAP, Oracle consume this kind of files. And you don't have to do nothing at all. You just have to say, okay, download it as Excel. And that's it. I don't know why you want to do that, but you can do it. No, I'm kidding. No, you can always download to Excel and share it with external people. But let me tell you.
First download it to Excel and then share it.
Yeah, because if you are going to share it with people within Novamex, why do you want to share it in Excel? Because if you are within Novamex, we have this option that is called share. And I'm going to play the role with you too. So I can say, can you give me please your email addresses? Huh? Shmail. Shamali? I say, yeah, excuse me if I pronounce something not well. Enough, if Donald Trump was here, he will take me out of the room. So, okay, so you have it right now. And I can give you some permits on the file. How can you share an Excel file and only allow people to view it without protecting the whole file? But I can give access to my team workmates and say, hey, you can edit the file. Let's do it. Security built in from the foundation. You are sharing information with people that are not in your company. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. They are trustworthy people and they will do good use of them. I don't know. Okay, now please, you know what I did? I just shared the file and Google created an email from my side and they have just received it. You have to be on the web client, right? Okay. You received that? Yes, please open the file, please.
Right. I just clicked on that little window.
And we'll open up. Yeah? And I see that you are already in the file. Real-time collaboration is what set Google apart from any competitor.
So is this, you said it so that we can edit.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So can we edit on here?
Yeah, sure. And I will see what they're doing right now.
Okay, how do I undo what I just?
Oh, well, basically you got to edit and say Unda. But hey, Anna, can you please move the total sales figures for January 2016? Well, this is not such a nice example. Let me tell you, this is not the best example that I have. I'm going to give you another one. Okay. Hello, Mr. Seth. But you don't have to do that. No, let me tell you. This is so intuitive that she starts doing things that we can do it within the document. You can chat with the people in here.
how to use that function.
Where do you have it? Already.
Yeah, you have it.
It's gonna.
In here to the right,
But it's gray.
it's gray.
It's not black.
It's not black. Well,
No, Javier, vamos a poder.
No se puede.
you cannot chat with me. Okay, probably. Why is that not? I'm telling you why. Because probably I haven't invited to be my friends. Oh, that's why. Because I have to say Raimundo dot Gomez, right? Right? Send invite. Send invite.
Where did you start?
From here, from the right side of my name, there's yeah, and I say, for example, Anna. Yeah, you have it. It's on the left side. And I did send you an invite. So please, you are going to receive like a message saying, hey, Cesar is trying to chat with you. Because unlike like Facebook, in here, your friends are not your friends until you say, hey, I want you to be my friend. This can be override by an administrator parameter, but I think that is
Why do I have it on the left corner? How did you put it over there?
with a lab. You remember that I have a Gmail lab settings, lab,
Yes.
chat on the right side chat, and then, yeah, settings, labs. I am pronouncing labs like labs, wrong, right? Labs like laboratory experiments. And then you will find right side chat.
Call chat. Right side chat.
Enable it and then save it. At the bottom is save changes.
Save changes.
Right? Now we can start chatting with each other. You have to accept my invitation in order. Now you can go back to the document and you can start chatting with me, right?
Yeah.
Not yet? Okay.
Chat with you over here.
You can chat. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a refresh to see.
So does it have version control then? So
Yeah.
then this one? So
We
let's
have
say-
something better than version. We have a total control of any change that we make to the document and who did it, at what date and what time. So please bear with me and then change something in here. Anna, yeah. They can start keeping working. They don't mind what I do, but I can go here and say, last edit were made seconds ago by Anna. And then, this is a very gossip tool. It will say to me, Anna has a green color here, and Raimundo has the other color. And I know that Anna changed this. But also I can see a more detailed version of the changes and say, hey, I can see at what time, who did it.
You can do it because you own the
No, anyone on the document who with access, edit access can have this view. But there's not all. You can chat with me, okay? We have to probably have to wait until some time passes so we get in touch. But hey, I can do something better. I can go back in time. And I can restore that version of the file without losing what they did. And what they did becomes part of the history of the document. Now, I'm going to give you like a good news. I'm going to give you access to one of my, what we call it, collaborative budgeting, that it's owned by me. Let me see where it was. I think that we have a folder that was called Novamex. I'm going to take one of these files and make a copy of it. I can make a copy of any file and then say, okay, this is a I'm going to give access to.
That was my next question.
Yeah, I'm going to give access to them and then share with Anna. You see how Google is start learning about myself and my interaction with you? But then I'm going to make this most fun. I'm going to give, for example, Raimundo is going to be the head of human resources for this exercise. You see that little lock in there? It's because I protect that tab for only being edited by a group of certain people, not for all. For example, in here, I'm going to put Anna in charge of this.
So once, because the little window closed on me, didn't click on it right away. Where's your invitation?
The invitation is going to be okay. If you just hold for a second,
Sure.
you're going to receive an email from my part, so it's going to be in your inbox. You are going to receive this notification on the side, but also you can see it on your Google Drive. Let me tell you how. I am going to want it to restrict to you. No, I'm going to customize, and I'm going to say that myself and Anna are the only ones who are going to be able to edit the technological information department, IT department. And I'm going to make Raimundo responsible for doing this. How can I do that? Is by protecting the sheet, saying that I want to protect the whole human resources sheet, set permissions, and I say Anna can only see. Now they have access to the whole budget, and I am the one who's going to be seeing how this evolved during the days. So if Raimundo and Ana can please start playing with their figures. For example, Raimundo can have, I'm going to put all these in zeros, okay? So Raimundo can start working right away. And doing the same with Ana.
Ayer tenemos presupuesto colaborativo, right?
You can click on the link. There's a link in there. Probably you are seeing the first one, not the last one. So I'm going to be on this part of the. Okay. I'm going to set this in zeros too. I know when you entered the file because you appear here. So I know when you ask, how are you doing with the budget? I am working so hard. And you say, hey, I am not seeing you the file. How are you doing that? So now you know when they are working on your petition. We were talking at the beginning that sometimes people need like an email to say, hey, I need you to finish this for the company. It's not for Cesar. Cesar is going to do nothing with the Novamex budget, but it's Novamex the one who is going to make decision around this. So right now I have this, and now please, Raimundo, you have 10 minutes. No, it's too much. 1 minute to finish your budget. Also you, Ana. I'm going to start. You have the, I think that you are on TI. Yeah. Yeah. And I can, you were saying something about HR, so I make you head of chair. I know. Do you see this? And your budget is going to be finished when they finish. You know, you can always say to your boss, you know what, boss? I'm going to give you a glimpse of the budget processing. You will be able to see it on your phone.
Okay, so I can't make any changes on this phone.
You know, you cannot.
I'm trying to.
And you cannot. Yeah, I know that you will be trying that. I'm sorry?
Oh, you see me moving it, but I can't, it won't let me do it.
Yeah, no, Cesar is going.
You're going all out.
Yeah.
I did.
It seems like they don't want the.
Mine's done. You said a minute ago.
Oh. Well, let's say that I say, you know what? Enough is enough. I give you enough time, guys. So, you know what? Ready.
What did you do?
Try to change anything. Oh, I told you that I have 1 minute to finish. Yeah, you have? Oh, how come? Sure?
Oh, reload without yours.
Oh, yeah. You say, yeah, you try to do something. No.
But it didn't give us that.
So reload the page.
No, you don't have to reload it. This only happened.
It says access denied. You no longer have permission to access this document, so your changes can't be saved. You believe this is an error.
Okay, so you say,
When they
you can say, hey, if it is not finished by Friday, don't even bother. You won't be able to do nothing.
And come and pick up your stuff.
No. Do you have that senior board meetings in which someone is responsible for taking the whole presentation, and then you are presenting some figures and hey man, the figures are not right, and the responsible for the figures told you, I sent it over to you right before the meeting. Yeah, 1 minute ago, and I was on the meeting already. But he was not lying. He sent it over to you before the meeting. He didn't give you any chance to put the data into the presentation, but hey. Now, I want you to do something like this. We need to authorize the budgets, okay? So I'm going to play something like right here. I think that is Anna. And I'm going to play something that we call comments. And I'm going to say plus Ana dos chamba. Whoa, what happened is now Anna can see this comment on his side. If she clicks right behind, if you click there, it will show you something like reply. Please do so. And write authorize it.
This is not what I submitted. I don't know what you did.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Who else has access to this folder?
Nacho has to do it.
There.
Yeah. Okay, great. So now I know that we have finished the budget and that Anna authorized his department budget on 1:50 p.m. today. As it is today, it doesn't show me the day and the month, but it will be. It will be. Try to do that with Excel. Oh, okay. No, I don't want you to change Excel because of anything. Because you will be more productive with Google Forms.
So you said that if we use this software and we save it
On Google format,
on Google Drive, it's not counting against our 30 gigabytes.
it's not counting against that. But it's better because if you have one of these XLX files, I can do something very funny with it because if I click here, I can open it on Microsoft Excel. Yeah. Or I can do this.
And then can you upload it from your Google Docs?
I'm sorry? Yeah, you can.
Upload it. So let's say you take it down to Excel just because, I don't know.
Yeah. Because you were out of your mind and you downloaded it.
Whatever.
Now you need to send it over to someone who doesn't have Google. Do you see what I just did? I downloaded Excel, but I put this on a new tab of Google Chrome, and I drag and drop the file of Excel into Google Chrome, and it will open it without opening Excel. Oh, excellent question. Now the force, let the Star Wars say, now the force is flowing. The force is with and it's flowing. Now, what exactly did you do? Oh, and it has the same graphics that we have on my other books. Okay, to do this, please take this note. We have something that is called the Chrome Web Store. The Chrome Extension Store. If you enter here, this is the web address, Chrome Web Store, and you enter here Office, and then you click, find for something that is called extensions, and it's called Office Editing for Docs, Sheets, and Slides, offered by google.com.
And then add to Chrome.
Add to Chrome, yeah. I like it. And every time now that you have a Microsoft Office file, you can have it on your My Documents. You can have it on even on an email. Can you send me an Excel file by email, Raymond? Yeah, whichever you want. Because I'm going to show you why it's better to use Google. C. Olivas at infoanalytica.com. I'm going to show you why it's more secure to share within Google Drive than attachments. Yeah, you can send me whichever you want. I'm going to delete it anyway. No, I don't think that I have access level, but imagine that you made a mistake. And then try to use recover message.
Yes, so that was, so security, like this information, where is it stored? You said it's on Google server.
It's on Google servers dedicated to your company.
And I suppose those are protected, backed up.
And I'm going to show you something while Raimundo finds the right file. Because we have a lot of finance and accounting people, security matters for you. That's why I'm showing you this. This is how Google handles your data. Thank you. And let me tell you why it's more secure with us than in a. When we receive your data, we don't store your data just in one data center. We split it into at least 3 data centers. And
they're all different locations.
Different locations. So if something goes wrong in one location,
city?
no, around the world. We can have free of charge for you, for any customer, financial token security like the banks. So if you want, you can protect your account with your username, your password, and one of these tokens. This token only lives for 1 to 2 minutes, and it's synchronized with your computer. So if your date and your computer is not updated, you cannot enter into your computer. Why it matters? Because if someone takes control of your computer and take it away to Latin America or Africa, and they want to enter one of these codes, the data zone will match and they will reject the codes. So basically, yeah, because we keep everything away from intruders. Now, Google owns all the fiber optic, all the cables, all the satellite connection are Google's property. Google does not rent any network to any carrier in the world. So at the moment you enter your data and it goes through Google network, it is encrypted at least 3 times, over and over. So anyone can have access to the network, but won't have access to your data because it's already encrypted. And
So it's safer than.
yeah. Now let me tell you this. Google even protect you from your own government. Google won't give any data from any customer if there isn't a court order to do so. But even there is a court order, it will have to inform you about, you know what, certain government organization is asking information about yourself. Please respond to that or have your legal department be prepared, because Google will not deliver data without noticing you about it, giving you notice. That's why Google leave China and other countries. China was requesting data and block some searches from China, and Google didn't comply with that, and that's why Google has to get out of China. And this is what I want to show you. Google is certified from ISO 27000, that is the security norm, even to FISMA. FISMA is the federal government of the U.S. security approved to store government data. The U.S. military have data inside Google data centers. And this is audited by a third party, so it's not like Google audit themselves and they awarded themselves all this. And this is done by like 18 months. We comply with HIPAA, Safe Harbor, FERPA, European compliance. You know, European countries are crazy about security. European countries like Germany are crazy about security. And there are some of the customers that rely on Google for security. Okay, now that Raimundo has sent me an email, you see the email? What happened if Raimundo says, hey, Cesar, can you give me back my file?
Okay.
Okay, I will. When? Soon? You have just lost your data. You cannot do nothing about it. You cannot do nothing. No, not yet, because I already have it for 30 seconds. But you know what? With Google budgeting, I can always say, you know what, guys? Guess what? The rules have changed. You don't have access to the data anymore. Try to do it. I'm sorry? No, there's no their data. It was my file. I asked them to share their information with me, but it's my file. I never say that it was their file.
Well, I still see the demo.
Okay, because that's another file.
Oh, okay. So you have to do it by file, not.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, but on the other one, I did get access.
Yeah. You see what the difference?
You was able to retrieve it?
I'm sorry? Yeah. They don't have it anymore. And then I can say, okay, I play some kind of rootnet with you guys. I'm going to move this to the Novamex folder, and I'm going to give you some access to it. So now I am in Novamex. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to change the name of it. I'm going to share it with you. So I'm going to say, Raimundo and Ana, sorry, you may enter the file again. I am going to give you view access. With these options. You are not allowed to print it, you're not allowed to download it, and you're not allowed to copy any part of the file. Now think about how many emails, messages you compose during a day that get an attachment inside. At least 5 to 10 per day, right? How long does it take for you to compose a file with an attachment? I mean, you have to think about who's going to receive it. Raimundo, Ana, Guadalupe. A remarkable subject, very important information. And then some small narrative. Please review this data. We need your input about the new customer. Please don't forget to check with the legal department that we comply with any rules and etc. And then I put the customer data into the file. You present. I think that it will take you at least 3 minutes, right? You know how many emails did I have to compose when I share my file with Raimundo and Ana? No.
Oh, you didn't have to.
I didn't have to.
You just sent.
Google sent it over for me. And they receive a proper message saying, hey, Cesar has invited you. If I gave permission to edit, the message will say, hey, Cesar has invited you to edit this file. Then the latest message that they receive is, Cesar has invited you to view this file. So do you remember when I say, hey, if I don't send the message, they probably won't do what I want? Well, with this, it's over. They always receive a message when I share a file. Unless I don't want them to receive the message. How come I can do that? Do you see here? I'm going to say here. I'm going to say, Javier, what's your Morales? Okay. Monarres. Oh, my fingers are not working. Oh. Right. You see here? Here. I can say notify people, and that's where I can control if they receive a message or not. I can even add a message. And that's it. If I can only save you half the time, I will be saving you, if you compose 10 messages, I will be saving you like 15 minutes a day. And that is up. So on Friday, you can go early to the happy hour. You can take advantage of the whole happy hour, not just 10 minutes. Now you can do more work. You can analyze better your data. You can get in touch with more people. That's the main reason why we advise to use Google Drive instead of sending attachments. You keep control of your data. You always have visibility of who did what on the file. You can always retrieve the data and let someone else do something better. And I can even say who can download, copy, or print my file. I am start thinking that you're considering using Google format files. Right? You were like, oh, this is not so bad. But you have the devil of Microsoft. No. Attachment is the life. Now, this is more easy to do. It works the same on presentation or slides or in Google. I'm going to show you something that is very cool. Anna, come over. Because I cannot move because of the microphone. Oh, really? Come over. Have you ever get yourself into the task of taking notes on a meeting and then coming back forever? Okay. Imagine you have that and start, get closer, and start dictating your meeting notes.
We need to make sure that we schedule the next meeting right after the holidays.
But anyone can start talking about the same thing under the same document because this is a collaborative document. So if I invite Raimundo to start working with us, okay, I have to put a name first. Raimundo is going to be in charge of setting up the, okay, my mouse is getting crazy. Put anything on the table, Raimundo. And please, Anna, keep talking to the muchacho. Let me do this.
This is baby. Listen to me.
Go ahead.
Linda, listen to me, Linda. Okay.
Please, taking into account.
Does it take it like you're both talking at the same time?
Yeah, probably it's not at the same time, but if they are on the same spot, maybe get confused. But if you are in different spots and
It'll
in
capture
different
whatever.
location, it will capture what Raimundo is saying, what I am saying, and it's more fun and more fast to dictate a minute and write it down, right? Now word is getting pale beside this, right?
My name is Marita.
Now, this is a very nice thing to experiment, but what happens if we need to review the document for those in the legal department? I can suggest changes to the document by means of getting, and say, suggestions. I am kind of lazy, so I'm going to dictate again. We need to review clause number 5 from this contract because it's stating that we are responsible or liable if the document doesn't arrive on time. I am not agreeing with that. Please give me your thoughts. And with my poor English also. So imagine the lawyers, instead of getting into a fight, saying, I don't want to do that, I'm going to send you the file. And you know what they do? Because I work with, I have lawyers on my company too. They say, okay, send them the Word file. And when they get it back, please, they say to this loyal clerk, please review the whole document again, because I don't trust them. No, but I have the compare document. No, you have to read it all over again. With this, remember, we always have the who did what. Linda, listen to me, Linda, like, I don't know why, but you sound like you better listen to her, Linda. So, do you see how this works? This is collaboration right now, on real time. What do you think about? Impressive. It only takes you to move away from Outlook to enjoy all of this. Now we are going to see something that is better. What happened with my complex formulas? Example of, where did you see? Now I have to take a look into another. You know, some people say, okay, you are asking me to move away from Excel, but you know, it's kind of hard because I have been using Excel for my whole life. I don't know if the formulas are the same. I don't know if you even have formulas for what I do. And I always invite you to go and on the help option, get the function list.
Well, a lot of people have their Excel worksheets already built around. So it's like not one worksheet only, but I mean, they could have a ton of worksheets within that workbook, and they're all linked. And so I can see if I owned a document like that to transfer it over here.
It's kind of hard.
That would make me nervous. I mean, because that's what the
Yeah, I know.
files they handle are huge files.
Yeah.
And then not just that, we have formulas that actually read information from our ERP system that's integrated into Excel.
Yeah.
It allows us to, view that information real time.
If you're accessing your ERP system through Excel, my blessing, you won't be able to do so on these kind of tools. But I think that will be only like the 10 or 20% of your whole Google spreadsheets. I mean, your Excel files. I don't think that the 100% of it are do the same. I mean, most of the files are just single files when I have just single formulas. But bear with me for a while, and probably you will see that you can have a lot of formulas in here. That's something nice. Okay, but I also have some Google-owned formulas that might be interesting for you. For example, this one. Do you handle foreign currency? Like Mexican peso? I know you do. What other one do you use? Dollars.
Euros, pounds.
Euro. Okay, well, I remember one that we used yesterday, that it was the Peruvian peso. It will go to all the markets and say, hey, the Peruvian peso versus the dollar is 3.31 per dollar. And I bet that you have a lot of Excel files where you have to go to the internet and say, hey, what is the current exchange rate for this money, for this currency today? Okay. And you go back and put it over into one special. Yeah. Well, this can be done easily and automatically if you use that form. Also, probably other people will be worrying about stock exchange. Probably not everyone. But for example, you want to know how Google stock is doing.
That was a formula, exchange rate.
Yeah, it's a formula. I can say, give me for 2016, for April, or even for May, give me the current stock exchange prices. It's doing pretty well. Well, but you asked me about how can I import data from another spreadsheet with this formula. Yes, we can do that too. But it's kind of tricky because in Google, name doesn't matter. Because you see, these names only are for human use only. But each file has, like we call, a unique ID. That is, if I move to this.
That ID number is created by Google.
Yeah, it's created by Google, and this is this part of the file. It's kind of long, but once you know what it is, and you are not moving that very often on your current Excel files. I mean, you link files and you leave it like that for a while. So what we do, we have these links, and we have this formula. Yeah. So what I did is I put this ID in this cell, and in my formula I pointed out to that cell. So if I change the name of the file or the ID of the file, it will get me the same data, no matter what. So in this case, I am seeing this. If I put this here, and I want to know which file it is, I can use this and say, hey, you know what? I can replace this part of the file. Okay. You see? I am modifying the other file, and you're seeing my results on your file. It's getting interesting, right? You're going to receive a copy of this formula example file, so you can play with it, so you can always have it like a reference for your own new ones. But also I can do something better. Not from other, let me see what it is. It's called query. Yeah. This is a complex statement. It's very easy to use. I have one of my tabs called Hoja Datos, data, see? And for example, you can put here all your branches. You can say El Paso, and here you have New York, LA, Atlanta, Dallas, ooh. And we can have a product, for example. You have some salsa too? Castillo, salsa Castillo. What other product do you handle? Wow. This is for after the party? Okay. This one? Oh. Oh. They have tuna. I think that it's a company. Tuna Ibarra, doesn't it? With the Y. And real? Oh. Yes, okay. You see what I'm doing here? I am importing columns from another sheet. But I am not getting into what's the name. No, I say, you know what? Do a query on that sheet from column 21 to 40, row 21 to 40, and bring me column A, B, C, where A equals Monterrey, right? But you see this little sign in there? It's a not equal. It didn't bring me nothing, right? Now I want them to see where they say New York. Right? But I can have a more complex issue here, like saying, okay, I'm going to have two New York products. I'm going to do it simpler like this. It's Jarritos. Where B equals Jarritos. You see? This is very powerful. It's better than just bringing data from one spreadsheet to another. It's bringing data, but with certain criteria, without getting into large formulas and if this column equals that, then we look up that and bring all the range to here. This is very powerful when you are analyzing data. So if you are downloading data from your ERP, you don't have to worry about that because you can always set these kind of formulas and hey, from all these rows and columns gimmick, all that matches this criteria. For example, by salesperson name, area, name, product family. That will be better. That will be in better shape, isn't it? And we have a way of protecting the tabs. You see it already. Pivot tables. So usually you will have something like this, like a table of data that you brought for another place, and you will say data pivot table, and it will create you the whole structure. You can then say, okay, I want to analyze this by cell persons. I want the columns to be the item, and I want the value to be the ticket value, or the number of tickets that I received. And that's it. I want to be able to filter this by salesperson. So probably I would like to see only Carl and Alan figures.
Sorry.
And that's it. Pivot table like in Excel. Only better. Why? Because I can share these with anyone that I want without losing control of my data. Right? Are we? And what other thing that I can show you? Oh, Explorer. You know, you say to me, I download a lot of data from my ERP and I have to analyze it. Why? If Google can do it for you? Well, not everything, not all analyze. Not everything that you do can do Google for you, but we can help you out with some. For example, in here, we can show and select this, and on the bottom right, you will have something that is called Explorer. The Explorer is something like a small BI, business intelligence product, and will analyze your data. So, no. Another part. It's like not showing. Okay. It's not showing in the screen right now. Let me do this. I'm getting nervous right now. Google will try to figure out what the data means and start building analysis and comparisons and give you some data and graphics so you can use them if you want. And if you like one of the graphics, you can always say, okay, I want to take a closer look into this graph. Okay. You can always edit this. You can even put this chart in its own tab. So now you can have more time to analyze the data instead of doing the charts. What do you think about this? Okay. Now we are moving forward to the most of the end of the session. I'm going to show you what we call one of the best examples of what we do. Right here we have what we call a Google form. A Google form is a way in which you can collect data from your co-workers from customers, from vendors, or even from the general public. Let's say you want to make a public poll about what new flavor of Jarritos is the people demanding from us, okay? I'm going to start from scratch and say, okay, we are going to make a survey to see what is the flavor of Jarritos that people will expect us to provide. So this is not usual. This is your new. Okay, this is the name of the survey.
Where did you go first?
You go to new, more Google Forms. Okay? So you name your survey. You say, okay, this is not your usual Jarrito, so be prepared. Okay? And I will be saying like, do you prefer what type of flavors? Citrus, fruit, and sparkling. And I can make that question mandatory for the people to go on into the survey. I'm going to make another. Which part of the country do you live? Say downtown, south, north. Okay. Which color do you prefer? Blue. Okay. Fine. Okay. Ready? And that's it. I can see a preview of what my survey looks like. Okay? Then I can say, okay, I can create or see the responses, and the responses are going to be the new Jarrito. Okay? I don't have to create the file. It's already created. I only rename it so I can review it easily. Okay? And now I'm going to send this to anyone in here who wishes to answer this. I'm going, of course, Anna. Anna's here with her machine. Javier. Oops. Cesar? I'm sorry. What? Oh. Who else wants to play with it? Okay. I'm going to include the form in the email so you don't have to go to another place to answer my survey. And I will send it over to you. I want you to take a look at this. Anna, can you please answer my survey? The sooner you answer my survey, the sooner we finish. I'm not sure. Did you see it? I don't have to do nothing. Something already answered that he or she likes fruits. She lives on the north or the south. It's a repeated question. Sorry for that. And which color do you prefer? Blue. Anyone else? Oh, they're already in. Well, the best part of this is that you can also be seeing this. What about this? You have all the answers, you know that most of the people like fruit, so it has to be a fruity flavor. But if we put a fruity flavor in a blue color, it will be a hit, right? Yeah. It's like monkey survey, but at your fingertips. You don't have to know nothing about internet. It has its own limits. You can only send like 2,500 emails per day. So you cannot apply it to the whole public.
It's something internal.
No, not necessarily, because you can publish this survey in a web page, and it can be accessed from anywhere. Thousands, hundreds of thousands of responses. No, let me see if I didn't make a mistake with my. I'm going to write down your name again, Cesar Tobar. Thank you. Ernest. Yeah, you can have like, for example, this was a repeated question, so I can change this for, what do you think about, no. Okay. Let me tell you which kind of question you can have. It's like short answer, just one single entry of text, paragraph in which you can elaborate a little bit longer, multiple choice, check boxes, drop down, scale. This is very useful for marketers. It says in the scale of 1 to 5, which flavor do you prefer to take on the summer, or depending on the season of the year. You can have, for example, let's do this. I don't know, this is like spring. I don't spring. Summer. Autumn. Winter. Okay. Let's call it citrus. Fruits. Sparkling. flavors. So you can see which flavor the people prefer depending on the season of the year. Todavía tengo jarrito. So this is very powerful because it's only away, one click away from you. It's on Google Drive. And the best part of this is if you update your survey, it has already included all the fields. Some answer won't have any data because they were made before we updated the form, but the form will keep the same, and you will be able to see the answers as well. Okay? Great. Now, we are going to see, it's a shame that Raimundo is not here, but we are going to see Inbox by Google. He already knows it, so Inbox by Google. It's a new way. Let me just go back to my original presentation just to make sure that I am not forgetting nothing. Is basic feature. Oh yeah, I'm forgetting the most important part of this. On Google Drive, you can have also an offline mode, okay? I almost skipped this big part of this. You know, you probably have your own data on your PC. You probably have a lot of XMLs, XLX, DocX, and stuff like that, okay? How can you upload those files to your Google Drive? You can drag and drop them like this. And it will change from a Word document to a Google Doc document, right?
Okay, so it doesn't upload it as a.
Yeah, it does it like that because I have configured my Google Drive to do so. But if I don't want to do so, I will go to the gear icon, settings, and take this out. So now, if I take this out, and I do the same, you will see an ugly W here.
But it counts against your.
It counts against your data. It's exactly. You see? So if you see this, okay? And if you take a look at this, you can barely see the difference, right?
So they look very similar, and they still have the same functionality. Yeah.
Well, let's say that we have the like 95% of the same thing that Word does, and the other 5 we don't want to have it because we don't want people getting lost into too many fonts, too many sizes, too many colors. What matters is the data. So if you can imagine how long does it take you to format something, I think it would be better if you only have the 80. Well, what Google did was, which was the 80% of the fonts people used to use? These 12 fonts, okay? That's the one that I'm going to have. What's the size of the font that Google people used to insert in the documents? XX. Okay, that's the way. And we are going to build around that new functionality like sharing, commenting, and all that stuff. Now we can see that I can upload in the same format. I can upload converting the files. And very important, if you're going to work when you're not online, you have to activate this. This will give you access to your Google format documents when you are offline. What happened to the Microsoft format files? You will not be able to open it when you are offline if you don't have Microsoft installed. Why? I think there's like patent reasons. I mean, Google bought a company 2 years ago that was able to produce Microsoft files for mobiles, but only when they are online because mobiles are always online. But I think that it say if you open that file when you are not online, you are infringing some Microsoft patents. That's what I think. I mean, there's no reason why if I can do it online, I cannot do it offline, right? Probably the file is not stored on your machine, something like that. Is something that we have to respect, and I don't know why, but that's why I would recommend to use Google format files, right? Now you can have the same notification that I am receiving on the top right of my screen, and I can manage all the third-party applications that can have access to my Google Drive. Done, and it is. So, any questions until this place? Until this part? Yeah, Javier?
If you accidentally delete something, it's going to go into your trash.
Yeah, if I got this file and I say delete it, I do have a trash bin icon. If I get into here, I will have it right here. It will live for 30 days without rent, and then he will move away. Forever. Okay, you have to, you want to recover, you just have to say this, and you know what? Take it from the, here, restore, and it's going to be on the same folder as well. Yeah, or you can delete it forever, and then say goodbye. Forever and ever, unless you have Google Vault, but that's another history. Yeah, Google Vault is a special function that some people have in order to protect data or to perform audits on data. Okay? Oh, so our wall is watching us and we are not aware of. Okay? So basically, now we are going to Javier and Jose are the ones that can say that. Okay, now we are going to, for a while, get into Inbox by Google. Inbox by Google is a new way of treating your emails. Okay? You can access it from your web browser, or you can have it on your telephone. Do you see how my left menu has changed from my normal inbox? My normal inbox, an inbox by Google. Okay? And this is why, because we don't want you to keep using your inbox like a cabinet so you can store all your data and your attachments. We want you to play and work with your email and use it, for example, as an action list. For example, if I have this meeting, say, hey, I have this message, I'm sorry. Say, hey, Victor, hello, Cesar. Okay, I have seen this. I cannot do nothing about it. If I mark it down, it will disappear from my inbox, but it will be on the old mail label. Do you remember that? If I label this, it will go to the label that I choose. So in this case, I can say, put it on the Novamex label, and that's it. I'm going to undo. What else can I do? I can pin this out so it won't go away even if I read it, right? It's going to stay in there. Or I can do something that is very new, that is called remind me about this. You know how in the morning you read a message and you say, hey, I need to do this, but I won't be until 4 p.m. You can now do that by clicking in here. You say, pick a date and time. I want to do it, but at 4. And it's going to go away and it's going to come back to me at 4, like if it's a new email to me. Some of the things that I like about this is I don't want to see this because it seems like I have a lot of updates on this. So I'm going to click it and I'm going to snooze it. It's not deleted, it's just away for a while. It's going to reappear. It's like when you wake up and hit the snooze button, those 5 glorious minutes that become an hour.
Is it what, 2 hours or however long you use it for?
You can snooze it and you can say, for example, you see the ones that I see it, the one that I say, hey, go away, those are snooze. In inbox, this one, I'm going to have to say, let me get them one by one. For example, I want this later at 6 p.m. I go to snooze, and I have this at 4 and this at 6 p.m. Right? I used to travel a little bit, so imagine this.
Oh, wow.
So I'm a frequent flyer, you can say. You know what happened with this? I received like 7 messages with my actual flight reservation, hotel reservation, and inbox gathered all the 7 files, the 7 messages, scanned them, and arranged it for me so I can see when I am going to fly. And it put me a nice photos in case I just want to see a nice place when I'm there. So this is the way in which inbox help you out with your traveling, but also with your purchases. I bought something at Amazon.
Cesar, how did you get
To inbox, you have to say inbox.google.com. And if your Google administrators allow you to,
I already have it on my phone.
you didn't receive the. Yeah, it takes a while when you start or you use it for the first time because it goes and scans all your messages so it can present you like this. I love this about promotion because I don't have to take them away from my inbox. You see, I don't have to order anything because Inbox has already taken control of the contents of my messages. This is something that has a promotion inside. This is something to do about the forums you are participating at. This is something to do with updates to files, to messages, to something that you were requesting. This is your social interactions in your different networks. This is all, for example, for the accounts payable, all my wire transfers that I receive a notification of it will get into here automatically without me doing nothing. Do you know what is the weirdest thing about this message that I receive every month? That I am not a customer of this bank. Someone gets my email and give them as them, and I receive this message every month. I have notified the bank, but they haven't done nothing. What I have purchased, save. You need an extension. You got it right here. And we have other goodies like Google Keep. You can enter Google Keep by write it down like keep.google.com.
These are all apps you can put on.
I'm sorry?
Are these all apps?
Yeah, all these apps are available on iOS Store and Android Play. But you know what? You have Google Drive on your phone, Raymond?
Google Drive.
If you have Google Drive on your phone, you can edit all the data directly from your phone. And you can speak to your document directly from your phone.
Just buy Google Drive on the App Store. Just get it.
Ah, you just get it. But I think that you have to sign in just for the first time. You will get your identity attached. This is a note-taking and task list application that Google have. It is integrated with the calendar in the reminder zone. You remember that I have a reminder? That reminder was born here. You see? Reminder. I can put a color in it. That's it. You see here? This is the reminder. Sorry. I will get in the reminder around here. So this is very this is very likely like. Do you use Evernote? No. Okay. Evernote is a very famous application that let you take note from your phone, and you will have it on your desktop as well. These serve the same purposes. You can have as many as you want. You can even have photos on them. And you can always say, okay, I'm going to delegate this to someone else. I have to remind that we have to accomplish this, but I know that I have to put it on Javier Onarres. Okay. There you have it. Now Javier is also aware of this task. Okay? Any doubts or questions? Did you hear? No? Well, a good news and a not so good news. The good news is we have finished. We are done. So I really appreciate your presence here in this session. I enjoy it very much. I will thank you from my side and also from the company, Infoanalytica. You have been great hosts for us. And we hope to see you soon. And I hope to see you that you have left the Outlook and other bad habits that you already have. I hope that you can evolve to the new platform. This is like giving you lesson on how to ride a bike. I can spend 2 months, but until you get into the bike and you start doing it, you will enjoy it more and you will get more and more savvy about the Google Apps platform, right? Okay, thank you all. I'm going to say goodbye to our friends at the other side of the line in the telephone and in the other side of the Hangout. Thank you all for being with us. I hope that we can see you soon, and I'm going to close the broadcasting right now.